When the union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Is there aught we hold in common with the greedy parasite, who would lash us into serfdom and would crush us with his might? Is there anything left to us but to organize and fight? For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
They say our day is over, they say our time is through. They say you need no union if your collar isn't blue. Well, that is just another lie the boss is telling you, for the union makes us strong.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They divide us by our color, they divide us by our tongue. They divide us men and women, they divide us old and young. But they'll tremble at our voices when they hear these verses sung. For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions that they never toiled to earn. But without our brain and muscle, not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. In our hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of armies magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
Hello, 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 everyone. How we doing today? How we doing? Cool zone, cool zone, cool zone. Yes, exactly. You guys get it. Is the cool zone worse than where we were? No, actually.
You noble diggers, all stand up now.
Stop it. There we go. Nailed it. The cool zone can actually sometimes be actually a good, better than where we were, actually. Now, I'm not entirely sure where the state of play with this bill is. I know that after 1:15 Eastern time, the bill was going to potentially be coming up for a vote. Yes. You've been up all night? That's fair. I have literally done nothing except go face plant in bed, and now I'm back here. Hello, Nighting Hawk. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, we're in the cool zone, and no one has any idea what is gonna happen here. Okay? I've never seen anything like it. When I woke up, you know, about 10 minutes ago, um, and I just started looking at things, uh, it's we're in we're in uncharted territory. I have never seen people this upset and angry. And like I'm gonna try and get you all up to speed with this as best I can. Like, guys, this is where things currently sit. All right? This is where things currently sit with this funding bill. We got Nancy Pelosi, the ghoul of Washington, the queen amongst queen ghouls, um, issued a statement calling on Democratic senators to reject the House funding bill to defy Chuck Schumer. Democratic senators should listen to the women, she says, referring to Murray and DeLauro, who want a 1-month stopgap bill instead. Like that's where we at. Okay? So if you think it might be too late, you're wrong. Keep calling. Keep calling right up until the minute that this vote happens. All right? I've been hearing that a lot of voicemails have been turned off or are full and can't handle more messages. Continue calling. And also, we have a fantastic resource over on the Discord that allows you to fax senators for free. And if their voicemails are full, fax your senator. All right? Super easy. Hello, Electra. I also just woke up. Mr. Malachite, different thing. Five Calls app was especially helpful. Yes. But let's read the rest of this statement here. Okay? Donald Trump and Elon Musk have offered Congress a false choice between a government shutdown or a blank check that makes a devastating assault on the well-being of working families across America. Let's be clear, neither is a good option for the American people, but this false choice that some are buying instead of fighting is unacceptable. I salute leader Hakeem Jeffries for his courageous rejection of this false choice, and I'm proud of my colleagues in the House Democratic Caucus for their overwhelming vote against this bill. Democratic senators should listen to the women. Appropriations leader Rosa DeLauro and Patty Murray have eloquently presented the case that we must have a better choice, a 4-week funding extension to keep the government open and negotiate a bipartisan agreement. America has experienced a Trump shutdown before, but this damaging legislation only makes matters worse. Democrats must not buy into this false choice. We must fight back for a better way. Listen to the women for the people. This is basically the nicest fuck you, Chuck Schumer, you can possibly imagine in political legalese. All right? I don't care if you doubt that your senators will listen. Keep calling. Let's go. Let's go. All right? Mr. Malachite, no, Schumer flipped yesterday to just full on supporting the GOP funding bill. Like, even Nancy Pelosi recognizes this is such a toxic strain of politics that, like, she's going, not Chuck, stop, no, stop, okay, all right, like that's where we're at. I want each one of you here, and I know we don't have a ton of people here yet, but call your senators right now, okay? Call your senators right now. Use 5calls.org. I'm going to call mine and do it right now, all right? It's fucking important, guys. No on cloture, no on the continuing resolution. All right.
Hello, you've reached the Washington D.C. office of U.S. Senator Amy Klobuchar. We are unavailable to take the call at this time, but please leave your name, number, and we'll be able to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Hello, this is Jack Gardner. I'm calling live right now from the Riverboat Jack show on YouTube and in front of all of my viewers. And I am personally asking Senator Amy Klobuchar and demanding, in fact, from Senator Amy Klobuchar that she vote no on cloture and she vote no on the continuing resolution. Under no circumstance can we give up that 60 vote threshold in exchange for mere performative politics. And we must ensure that whatever does pass serves the American people and averts Doge from shutting down the government while protecting Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security. Under no circumstance can we give up the Republic for some play acting like Chuck Schumer has really suggested. Thank you for your time and thank you for your service. There you go. One call down. Why are there 3 cloture votes? There are not 3 cloture votes. There are 3 different things that people are voting on today. It is likely that the budget is going to be the last one. But there are 2 other things they're voting on first. Has the vote happened yet? Not to my knowledge, no. Okay. Which is why you need to keep calling. Right up until that vote happens, you guys need to keep calling. I did not roll out of bed after streaming for 6 or 7 hours until, 8 o'clock in the morning. I didn't, fall asleep, wake up, just to, have you guys go, I'm not gonna call. Okay? I'm doing my other senator right now. Let's go, Tina Smith. Let's dance. Oh, I think her voicemail's broken, guys. Here, you know what? We'll try this again. Yeah, it just keeps cycling through. It keeps call forwarding me. I think Tina Smith's inbox is full. You know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna keep that. I'm gonna keep that on. It can keep cycling through. 5641. There we go. Let's keep cycling until we actually get it. Have you tried our other offices? No, but I'm focusing on the DC offices today.
Hi,
Oh.
it's Senator
Oh.
Smith. Thank you for contacting my office. You are a Minnesota resident and would like to leave a comment or opinion, please press 1. Thank you for taking time to share your thoughts with me on the issues that are important to you. Please record your message after the tone.
Hello, this is Jack Gardner from the Riverboat Jack Show on YouTube. I'm calling in front of all of my audience today in order to call upon Senator Tina Smith to hold firm and to vote no on cloture, to vote no on this continuing resolution, and to under no circumstance move on this issue and kowtow to Donald Trump and Elon Musk. We are all watching, Senator, and we are all hoping and praying that you hold strong because we need someone in the Senate to stand up for us, for our constitutional rights, for our republic, and for Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. And we really hope that we can count on you in the upcoming vote. So thank you for your time and thank you for your service. There we go. Done, son. I harassed Eric Schmidt and Josh Hawley's office staff. I don't expect either to vote no on the CR. Yeah, but you know what? Feels kind of good to do something, you know? Ezra Levin here, commenting on the Pelosi statement. I don't want to raise false hopes, but I don't think this is over. If you haven't called your Dem senators yet today, now's the time. Absolutely, guys. Abso-fucking-lutely. Okay? This fight is not over, and frankly, a lot of senators are fucking terrified. There's a reason why Senator Gillibrand yesterday, during their Democratic lunch meeting, had to scream in the faces of Democratic senators in order to, like, I don't know, try and get them to understand what Chuck Schumer was doing. But guys, I think we can break these motherfuckers. I think that there is a chance we can do that. Also, AOC out here, keep calling, peel off all Democratic senators you can. Tell them to vote no on cloture and no on CR. Vote is pushed until after 1:15-ish for now. Situation is fluid. The only public yes votes are Schumer and Fetterman. They need 7 to 8 total. Keep calling. Call retiring senators too. That is where we are today. And yes, folks, if you need Chuck Schumer's direct DC number, it's 202-224-6542. Keep calling. This is not over. Okay? This is not over yet. Here is some reporting from Ken Klippenstein.
According to Democratic Senate sources I've been talking to, the biggest frustration inside the Democratic caucus isn't just Schumer's decision, but the indecision most of the week. The lack of clarity about what Democrats should or would do played out in a series of private Senate Democratic meetings that got pretty intense. In one notable moment, I'm told that Senator Michael Bennet of Colorado, who has not been shy about his frustration with his party leadership in the past, erupted during one of those meetings. Two sources familiar with the moment tell CNN that Senator Bennet accused the Senate Democratic leadership, his leadership, of having, quote, no strategy, no plan, and no message on this spending bill. Now, according to
they are not unified on this. We can possibly pull enough votes for cloture to not be overturned. It is possible. Also, just like I've never seen this, guys. House Democrats are openly in revolt here.
Hey everybody, this is Hank Johnson. I'm standing outside of the Democratic retreat. We just got finished with having a session of great unity among House Democrats. We are all we hate the fact that some Senate Democrats are going to cave and vote for this draconian anti-veteran, anti-Social Security, anti-Medicare, anti-Medicaid Republican spending bill, giving Donald Trump a blank check to fund government however he wants to fund it. And Republicans at 1:15 p.m. today will be voting on cloture, and it looks like it's going to pass. We don't like it, and the American people don't like it either. Hey, everybody.
I mean, guys, when you get that guy throwing shade at Chuck Schumer, that's some shit. Let's take a look here. Open up C-SPAN, see if we got Senate floor.
President Trump is done with leaders who talk, talk, talk. We are an administration.
Okay, right now they are still confirming the nomination of Steven Feinberg for Deputy Defense Secretary. So they are not actually in the vote on cloture yet. So that's good. That's good. Yeah, fucking Hank is throwing shade, okay? Is this the end of Schumer's career? Yeah, no matter how this turns out, it's the end of Schumer. Yes. I mean, guys, you even have state-level Democrats throwing shade here. This here is Bob Duff. He is the Connecticut Senate Majority Leader. Hear what he has to say.
Hi, this is Senate Majority Leader Bob Duff in Connecticut, wanting to speak to Senate Democratic Leader Chuck Schumer in Washington and ask leader to leader, what the hell is going on down there? People in my district and across this country are scared, they're nervous, they're angry, they're unsure of what's happening, and we know as leaders, and granted, I'm a leader in a small state in the Northeast, but as leaders, we know how to count votes, and we know that people need votes in order to move things forward, and you have to negotiate if you don't have the votes. And Republicans don't have the votes in the United States Senate to pass this bill. And there's a very thin line between a shutdown and what is already happening to our federal government and what's happening across this country. I just had a briefing this week about potential Medicaid cuts that might be coming down the pike. We've already seen the effects of cuts to children who are losing their food and meals in schools because of cuts that are already happening through the federal government. So what is the difference between a shutdown and what is already happening, and even more of the same and making it worse by passing this bill? Leader to leader, I'm very disappointed in this, and seeing and hearing from my constituents what is happening and all across this country. I hope you'll reconsider. I hope you'll stand firm, and I hope that we can get a bill that actually brings in some democratic principles before it is too late, because we are losing our country and we need everyone to stand up, and it is all hands on deck, and that includes you, sir. You, sir, have got to make sure that you are representing our voices as well in our communities. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, like Democrats across the political spectrum, across the spectrum of government, are in full revolt here. Now, Hairspray, I see you saying that you love my commentary and content. Before you nap, make your calls to your senators again. Even if you've already done it today, call them again. Okay? Before you nap, before you go to sleep, call your senators. That applies to every single one of you, okay? Have they voted yet? No, they have not voted yet on cloture for the continuing budget resolution, okay? So keep calling. Keep calling. Do not let them think for a goddamn second we are not paying attention, okay? Are they voting soon? We don't know the exact time when they are going to do this vote. However, we do know that after 1:15 p.m. Eastern time, sometime after that, which has already come and gone, that we are past that mark. So any time here between now and midnight, the potential vote could be held. Okay? Called Senator Warnock and got a network error. Also, as you can see, when I called Senator Tina Smith on stream here, there's a chance that your phone could get locked into like the voicemail system and just loop. If you stay on that loop long enough, you will get through. Okay? You will get through. Hello, Zeke the Beast. So sorry, I'm a Dane living in Denmark. Okay, well, that's fine. You get to take a nap, all right? Us folks in America, we're going to do our best. You take that nap. You deserve it, all right? For putting up with all of our foreign policy bullshit. Guy Dude Man, I said this last night, but there is literally no way at this point that you can screw up or make like no matter what you say at this point, you know, as long as it's legal, there's no way you can harm our chances. So don't get too wrapped up in the phrasing. Right now, we need sheer numbers of people to call in. Quigley, thank you for calling before you shower and get ready for work. That means a lot. Okay, folks? Holy shit, just got a person when I called Dick Durbin's office. Never had that happen before. The staffer sounded like he's been hearing this a lot. Yep. No, vote no on Cloture, no on the CR. Those are the basic premises we are pushing forward here, okay? No on Cloture, no on the CR. Maintain the 60 vote threshold. Do not pass the Republican spending bill, okay? Satanic Panic at the Disco. I face planted in bed, woke up, saw that Washington is waking up to like a fury unlike what I've ever seen before, and you know, it's good to see. I mean, J.B. Pritzker is putting out a statement now. His campaign strategist put out a statement yesterday. Republicans in Congress have abdicated their responsibility to critically evaluate the damage Donald Trump is doing to critical services the American people need. Democrats have the ability to force bipartisanship and bring the two sides together to make a budget that reflects priorities we all ought to share. America was founded on the concept of checks and balances, but Republicans in Congress have decided to bend their knee to Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and their cronies who seek to gut our government from the inside out. It is dangerous. Illinoisans know all too well what happens when Republicans are reckless and play politics with people's livelihood. Veterans will have trouble getting health care. Workers will lose jobs when infrastructure projects grind to a halt. Preschools will lose teachers, and parents will be left without childcare. Make no mistake, people will suffer the consequences of their negligence. Democrats have the power to stop the cessation of power to Donald Trump and Elon Musk, and they should use it. I urge a no vote on the continuing resolution. I mean, Democratic governors are coming out against this. Democratic state lawmakers are coming out against this. Nancy Pelosi is coming out against this. I mean, I've never seen this. Also, just worth noting, like the Tesla takedown stuff. This is a side tangent here, okay? The Tesla takedown stuff is working, guys. We even have sitting senators. Here's Mark Kelly again, who last night flipped from a yes vote on Cloture to a no vote on Cloture. If you're in his district, call him and thank him, because that applies a different kind of pressure that can be effective in that case. But today he's doing this.
Hey folks, it's Mark Kelly here in Washington, driving to work for the last time in my Tesla. When I bought this thing, I didn't think it was going to become a political issue. Every time I get in this car in the last 60 days or so, it reminds me of just how much damage Elon Musk and Donald Trump is doing to our country. Talking about slashing Social Security, cutting healthcare benefits for poor people, for seniors. It's one bad thing after the next. He's firing veterans. I'm a veteran, so I have a really hard time driving around in this thing. So I think it's time for an upgrade today. So this is going to be my last trip in this car. There were some things I really liked about it. There are things I didn't like about it, but that doesn't matter. What matters is, doing the right thing. I think it's time to get rid of it. Elon Musk kind of turned out to be an asshole, and I don't want to be driving a car built and designed by an asshole.
And honestly, even giving him that much credit, he did not build it, he did not design it. Let's be clear about that, all right? He had nothing to do with it, but he profits the fuck out of every time someone buys one.
So, looking forward to my new ride. Hey folks, Mark Kelly.
Oof. Let's see here, folks. Also, remarkable stuff happening at Chuck Schumer's office today, folks. People are literally so fucking angry that they're going to Chuck Schumer's office and pushing letters and notes through the door. Like, there's just a pile of letters and stuff on the other side this morning. Now, if you're one of those people who's like, well, I want to do that, but I don't live around where Chuck Schumer's offices are. I've got great news for you guys. You too can basically do the digital equivalent of pushing letters and shit under his door, okay? You too can be part of this solution, all right? And how you may ask? Well, guess what? There is a wonderful free service called Fax Zero. And Fax Zero allows you to send free fax messages and even has a page on their site to help you send them to sitting senators in Congress. So if you want to send Chuck Schumer a physical paper, you can. Get on it, folks. Linked it in all of the chats, all right? We discovered that last night as we were doing our late night stream to do a mass call in for our senators. We're doing the thing, folks. We're doing the things. Tim Kaine has now come out and said he's voting no.
Not going along. You're right. Chuck Schumer has a very, very difficult call. The way I ended up is I went back to my days in living in Honduras when it was a military dictatorship. And I learned something very important then. A bully can take something from you, but you shouldn't hand it over to him. So I'm voting no. It does appear that there are enough Democratic votes to move it ahead. We're going to continue to see Donald Trump wreak havoc with Elon Musk on the economy, on the federal workforce, on close alliances like our alliance with Canada. But there are more battles ahead, and we'll fight them together. I'm not going.
I mean, like, we're doing it, folks. We're doing the thing. One of the things to make note of here is that, according to the Senate schedule for today, approximately 40 minutes ago, 40 minutes ago, the Senate was supposed to start voting on a number of different resolutions, including the budget resolution. Okay, that was supposed to start about 40 minutes ago. And what I'm seeing here is that they are currently still on the roll call vote to nominate Stephen Feinberg of New York to be Deputy Secretary of Defense. Okay? One of the things here that I find really fascinating is that, to me, this reads as Democrats slowing the fuck out of all of the procedural things today. Because this was supposed to take place much earlier in the day. This was supposed to be earlier in the day, folks. And the fact that we are not through this roll call yet indicates that senators are freaking the fuck out. They're getting your calls, they are getting your faxes, they are getting your emails, and they are freaking the fuck out. And that's good. We want them to freak the fuck out because you know who doesn't have to freak the fuck out today? People who vote no on cloture. People who are voting no on the GOP continuing budget resolution. They don't have to freak the fuck out. Because they're already doing the thing that we all want them to do. So what does that mean? All of the pressure now is turning and being funneled onto any of these people who might be voting yes. Who might want to vote yes. Wait, Hundo, can you link me a source on that? Alyssa Slotkin came out publicly and said she was voting no. The literal person that was tagged like a week ago to give a response to Donald Trump's address to Congress. That is some good news. Okay. Olsenexy, that's what I like to see. Just use that site to send faxes to both my state senators. That's what I like to see. That's so good. Should I email as well? Yes. Do everything you can. Let's see here. Slotkin will vote against GOP spending bill, cites need for honest bipartisan conversation. And that is from 5 a.m. today. So, okay. Let's see what we got here. Okay, Slotkin said during a virtual town hall Thursday evening she would vote against the Republican spending plan because of cuts to infrastructure. That's great. Marks a break from Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. Yep. She also said she would not vote for the plan unless given assurances that President Donald Trump would spend the funds as appropriated by Congress. Yep. Okay. Good on you, Alyssa Slotkin. Okay? Good on you. Well, the issue is my rear end that Chuck Schumer was implying, at least the other day on the Senate floor, that he had the votes to give Republicans the votes to overcome cloture. So what we're trying to do is to lock down as many senators as possible on a no vote on cloture. You know? Always worth calling all these people who seemingly have confirmed, but like... Yeah, Zeke to Beast. So far, the only two publicly confirmed yes votes are Fetterman and Chuck Schumer. There's a chance that Senator Gillibrand is in that same category as well. What if you really, really want to send a telegram to your senator too? Go for it. Go for it. So get a Pony Express telegram dispatched with all haste, my good man. Oh, God. The Slotkin article didn't specify cloture. I mean, I think it is significant that she is signaling that she is going to stand against Chuck Schumer. Like, at this point, signaling a break like that is genuinely a positive sign for us. You're right, though. Keep calling. Keep calling Alyssa Slotkin. We need a vote. We need a no vote on cloture. worshiper of Olympians, but it's stupid when right-wingers, like, set their Keurigs on fire. Like, that's stupid. We shouldn't do stupid things. We should do good things. Figured the additional pressure might be good, though. Yep. Keep calling your senators. I like, honestly, I don't care if they are a public lock in any given position. Call them anyway. If they've made a public commitment, thank them for it, because that applies a different kind of pressure that can, in fact, be pretty effective in these circumstances. Do you think Harry Reid would vote no? I don't fucking know. I don't know. I don't know. Call him anyway. If my answer would be I don't know, or I think he would, it doesn't matter. Call him anyway. We're in, like, the end game hours here, okay? You need to do what you can. Yeah, hire a biplane to fly around with a banner in the airspace of Washington, D.C. I don't know if they allow planes to do that in D.C., you know, given the history of planes and federal buildings. I was talking about the Senate. Why would you ask me a question about a Senate leader who's dead? Why would you ask me that? You know I'm running on, like, no sleep. You know, like, I've been doing this. I face planted and I woke up like 15 minutes ago. Don't ask me shit like that. It's irrelevant. I don't give a shit what a dead guy would vote for. Yeah, worshiper of Olympians, you know you can't say that shit in my chat. You know you can't say that shit. Like Jesus. Like, honestly, guys, if you come into this chat and you talk about shooting up Democrats, nah, fuck off. You can go do that and get arrested by the FBI on your own time, okay? Don't drag me into your, like, suicide by cop scheme. Riverboat Jack, world-renowned necromancer. Oh, God, if only. Also, Sake Tanuki, I do very, very, very much appreciate the 5 tier 1 sub, multiple donations, because that's what keeps this stream going. However, the notifications are turned off, but I appreciate you, and I support you. I'm trying not to get my hopes up, but I like the obvious panic they seem to be feeling from the public pressure. Yep. Same, baby. Same. God. Yeah, like I understand being angry at this particular moment in time, but that doesn't mean you get to, like, come into chat and be like, yeah, we should, you know, Democrats should be shooting up their Teslas with guns, and I think that should be done with all of Democrats. Like, nah, fuck off. What's happening? I literally woke back up. Same, Charles. I woke back up, and things are going absolutely fucking nuts. Also, worth noting that Chuck Schumer's about to go on a book tour this week, folks. And, you know, no matter how this turns out, you have an opportunity to go tell him to go fuck himself, regardless of where he goes. So Monday, the 17th, at 7 p.m., the Central Library in Baltimore. Wednesday, March 19th, Politics and Prose in DC at 7 p.m. Thursday, the 20th, at the Wiseman in DC at 12:30 p.m. Sunday, the 23rd, at 3 p.m., the Moss Theater in Santa Monica, California. Monday, the 21st, the MJCCA in Atlanta at 7:30 p.m. And you have the opportunity to go and learn about Chuck Schumer's book, and more importantly, look him in the eye and tell him to go fuck himself. So Schumer is still voting yes on cloture. I have literally heard nothing from Chuck Schumer's office. I'm guessing that right now he's probably cowering at the decision he made the other day. Also worth noting that what is currently going on right now at Columbia is heinous beyond belief. Columbia students are having their visas revoked and being forced to leave the country by Department of Homeland Security. Yeah, it's really fucking disgusting, and Columbia is not standing by its students. There are so many vectors right now along which folks here are getting screwed over that and it's all happening so quickly that I think rage is just bubbling over. Okay? It's God. We're in some real shit right now, folks. Keep calling, folks. Keep calling. Didn't Emma Vigeland share a photo on Blue Sky where Chuck Schumer was in the room with Trump? Yeah, but like he's the Senate Minority Leader. That's not unusual. What should I write in my fax to Dems for voting no on cloture? You can write. We actually have a script. I put it in the announcements section on our Discord. If you join the Discord, it's too long for me to copy and paste into Twitch chat, but use that link. Join the Discord. In the announcements section of the Discord, there is a sample script you can use. Patrick Lucas, I'm really glad. Patrick writes, your explanation of the potential 30-day cloture CR is awesome. Couldn't find another source that explained it so clearly. Could be wrong, but it seems like many Dems aren't informed on it. I mean, I think many Democrat constituents aren't, but you know, I can assure you the Dems in the Senate are aware of what's happening. Also, folks, earlier today, 11 members of the Sunrise Movement were arrested, apparently after Chuck Schumer locked the doors on them, and then he called the cops on them. So that's where Chuck Schumer's at right now. Dude is doing everything possible to look like an asshole. God. Keep calling, folks. Keep calling. What's the Sunrise Movement? They're a climate activist group. Here, worth pointing this part out. Here's Maxwell Frost. House Dems stand with our leadership in holding the line for working people. No to this Trump-Elon spending bill that aims to make massive cuts to programs that working families have earned in order to give billionaires tax cuts. An extraordinary moment with the House out of session. House Democratic leadership returns to the Capitol to say they are opposed to the CR. Jeffries, the top House Democrat from Brooklyn, lobbying against Chuck Schumer's position. Schumer is the top Senate Democrat from Brooklyn. It's literally inter-party warfare. You know, they are fighting. The House Democratic leadership and the Senate Democratic leadership are now officially fighting. And to really hammer this home for you guys, there is nothing that our elected legislators love more than fucking off on a vacation. Do you understand how, like, serious the disagreement has to be for them to be like, okay, we won't grill and chill. Everyone get on the planes back to DC, and they all go back to DC in order to be angry about this. This is good, guys. We all know that Hakeem Jeffries is a massive piece of shit. We all know that he's a disappointment who has failed us at almost every single goddamn turn, but even he is on the correct side of this. Email, fax, and call. Do it. Honestly, like every hour between now and whenever they vote on this, email, fax, and call. Okay? Let's see here. Take a look at Talking Points memo has really been on the ball with this lately. Take a look at this. This is from literally like just now. Okay, maybe an hour ago. Looking squarely at a shutdown. Josh Marshall, Talking Points memo. Hard to write clearly when you're being flooded with new information, but here goes. I've heard people arguing the yes on Cloture argument, essentially saying, don't assume you can shut Doge down, undo the damage. It's not a silver bullet. I can only speak for myself, but if anyone is thinking, based on the arguments I've made, that this is a silver bullet, and if Democrats just do this, we can shut this whole thing down, I haven't been clear. I will further say what while the things I've written over the last week or so make it pretty clear where I stand on this, I have several times over the last week had a hard think with myself. Are you sure you're right about this? I'm not sure I'd say this is a close call, but it is a hard call for me at least. Both options hold out possibilities of calamity and destruction I've never seriously contemplated before. That is simply where we are. I wish we weren't here, but we are here. And that is true. That's true. There is a definite potential for this to be disastrous if we shut this down. There's also the potential that this stops a lot of worse things. And I'm firmly in the camp that believes that if we do this, it slows everything down and limits the amount of damage that can be done. It's not a silver bullet. It's not going to save everything, but you know what? It's a goddamn bullet. You know, it is something that will actually, you know, if we're going to go with the werewolf analogy, it's something that's actually going to like stop the werewolf in its tracks for a goddamn minute, you know? Cascavi, thank you for the $10 dono. Supporting the show to support actual real-world organizing and not just sitting on our asses talking about it. You've got me mobilized, and now I'm trying to mobilize everything I know. Let's go, Cascavi! Because we've got time. I'm keeping my eye on what's going on C-SPAN, and we have time. You know, it is they are still ambling around on the roll call vote for the nomination of Stephen Feinberg. All right. They are currently at 95 votes called in. Again, 100 senators. They are slowing this down because it's very clear that leverage is at the very least getting through and being recognized. God, this is stressful. After we finish going over this, we'll take a look at Hakeem Jeffries' speech. God. Okay. Unfortunately, my senator is Bernie Moreno, but it's been about 45 minutes since I've harassed him last. I'll call again. That's right. We support organized bullying of elected senators. Do I have to live in New York to contact Schumer? Honestly, normally I would say yes, but we are not in a normal scenario. So if you feel inclined, call Chuck Schumer and let him know how you're feeling as someone who will be impacted by his choices. Worth a shot, you know? Just got woken up. Where are we? Lady Raincloud, we are in the cool zone in a potentially positive way. We've got milquetoast, middle of the road members of the Senate and the House coming out against Chuck Schumer. Nancy Pelosi has put out a statement urging senators to defy Chuck Schumer. We are in a very, very interesting situation where it is not at all over. It is not at all over. Continue calling right up until the minute they take this vote. Chuck Schumer's voicemail is still off. I know Chuck Schumer's voicemail is off. However, I will reiterate that that one thing in his office that is not off are his goddamn fax machines. You can fax Chuck Schumer, and I would, in fact, encourage everyone to do so. Okay? I would also encourage folks, call Senator Catherine Cortez Masto. She has put out a statement as of like 10 minutes ago saying a government shutdown would be devastating for the American people. It would force tens of thousands of Nevada military personnel, union members, law enforcement agents, and nurses to work without pay. Shutting down the government gives President Trump and Elon Musk even more power to cherry pick who is an essential employee, who they want to fire, what agencies they want to shutter. By the way, this is all a lie. This is all a fucking lie. Okay? A shutdown would force federal courts to slow work against lawsuits. No. On lawsuits. No. That's a goddamn lie. That's a goddamn lie. You guys need to start. I'm gonna put this out there, okay? Cortez Masto is more vulnerable than Chuck Schumer. Get on her line too. Start calling Senator Cortez Masto, okay? This is a dereliction of duty. Okay? Keep calling her. Even if you do not live in her state, call her. What she does affects all of us. All right? Which state is it? I believe that's Nevada. Let me double check. Yep, Nevada. Her site is unavailable. If you need her number here, me pull that up for you guys real quick. Let me get the phone number. I don't want the Reno office phone number. Ah, here we go. Here is Cortez Mast. Yeah, you got it, Cascavi. Thank you very, very much. Oh, wait, nope, that's not it. This is the Senate office number for Cortez Masto, 202-224-3542. Call Cortez Masto's DC office. Leave her a message. Club is confirmed no. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. In fact, I'm going to call Amy Klobuchar right now and thank her for saying that she's going to vote no. Let's see. 5 calls. Cool. Going to do it right now. You all start making your calls too, folks. 3244. There we go. Honestly, Comrade Girl, a lot of this might be breaking because of the sheer volume of calls. I don't think anything's being taken offline right now. Let's try that again, because...
Hello,
there we go.
The Washington office, U.S. Senator Amy Klobuchar. We are unavailable to take the call at this time. For name, number, and we'll be able to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Hello, Senator Amy Klobuchar. This is Jack Gardner on the Riverboat Jack Show again. I'm calling to say thank you. I've been seeing some initial reporting that you are voting no on cloture and no on the continuing budget resolution. And I just want to say thank you for holding firm. Thank you so much. We are watching. We will remember. We are paying attention. And thank you for standing by your oath of office. And notice that I left some wiggle room there, because if the initial reporting winds up to be incorrect, if she puts out a statement here that is going against that, well, that's quite interesting, isn't it? That is quite interesting. Additionally, folks, I do want to say, remember, if you're having difficulty finding calls, here are a number of people who have been purported to be no votes. Let's take a quick look here. This is not gospel. You know, we don't know for sure where these people stand. Some of them have come out as firm no's. Some of them have come out against the resolution. But here's what we got. We got Chuck Schumer. We got Hassan. We got Peters. We got Durbin. We got Schatz. We got King. We got Shaheen. We got Fetterman. We got Cortez Masto. We got Gillibrand. If I would say we still have a shot of potentially reflipping Cortez Masto. So call, even if you're not in Nevada, call Cortez Masto. Fetterman is a lost cause. Schumer might be a lost cause. But Gillibrand, Cortez Masto, Shaheen, King, Schatz, Durbin, Peters, and Hassan. Call them, even if you do not live in their in their states. Give them a call. Okay, give them a call. And remember, this post in particular, I'm going to post it in chat, includes all of their office phone numbers, so you do not have to look them up. So that should help you guys contact them. And I'm also going to say, folks, if you find that one of them does not have an open voicemail, look up their fax number, okay? We have a wonderful service here called Fax Zero that has a resource to help you fax your senators. Use it. Unironically use it. You use this old school tech. They all don't know how to use modern tech. They'll understand a goddamn fax, and they'll get fucking scared that you young people learned how to use the fax machine, all right? Because they can try and ignore their voicemail. They can't ignore when a machine is literally spewing paper into their office, all right? Do you feel Fetterman might go independent with how hard the Dem base are turning on him? I think Fetterman is done in politics. Unless he secures, like, I don't know, Elon Musk money, you know? He rode to power on grassroots donations. He's kind of spat in the face of all of those, so. What should I say to Marco Rubio via fax? You got this. You use the heart of the cards. Do we need a fax machine to fax them? No. If you use Fax Zero, you can just use the website for free to send them a fax. You do not need a fax machine. You do not need a printer. You can just use faxzero.com. Okay? You do not need a fax machine whatsoever to send a fax. We're in some interesting goddamn times, folks. Let's take a look. Well, let's finish going over this talking points memo piece here. As I've written, you may ask. As I've written, my ask would be right out of the gate. We'll give you the keys. We'll give you your bill. If we write down the Doge plan for each department and agency, and we just do an up and or down vote. If you can pass it through Congress, that's all we ask. I've explained previously why I think this is a good idea. I think it is worth doing this if all it accomplishes is to bring the current destruction of the federal government more into the public eye, make it even more salient than it is right now. And by this, I mean is the evisceration for no reason of countless protections, services, and programs that ordinary Americans rely on. I'd hope to accomplish significantly more than that, but even that is very important. What if Democrats get blamed? Logic and the public opinion data I'm seeing don't make this look as likely as some people seem to think. But what if they do? I really don't think that is a big deal, frankly. I'm pretty confident that increasing the visibility and salience of what the White House is currently doing would hurt Republicans' popularity even more. Do you think carving up Social Security is popular? I don't. Education Department? Same. The VA? No. Maybe Democrats will get bruised up too. I don't see that as anything like a deal killer. This is a vast public battle over the future of the Republic. I want to raise the visibility of things that I am very confident, based on a lot of data, are very unpopular. I also think having your demand be that the party in the majority should simply vote on what it wants to do is a hard thing to argue against in American civic discourse. If you raise it and you get the public more against what's happening, it's an afterthought in my mind how people view the Democratic Party or its current leaders. I put this forward as a sort of minimum outcome, a negative scenario, and I think it's still pretty positive in terms of what I can see. What if Democrats do what I've described above for 2 weeks, and then they just don't have the stomach for it any longer, and then they pull the plug? This is being presented as a big loss and humiliation, but who cares? Embarrassing? Sure, I guess, but who cares? A related argument is there's no end game. We start and we're stuck because he won't cave. I don't really buy that as set in stone. But what if he doesn't? This isn't a pissing match. Democrats can always pull the plug. Again, I'm arguing what I see as worst case scenarios now, but I don't think they materially make things any worse than they are right now. The other big bogey is this will accelerate the destruction. I've done some research on this, and some of the arguments I noted a few days ago that shutdowns longer than 30 days give Musk new legal channels don't actually seem to be true, because they're not, because they're goddamn liars. Everyone's saying that the shutdown is going to be like giving a free pass to Elon Musk and Doge and Donald Trump to cut the government. They're goddamn liars. Okay? No, Superjet guy, no. Fuck. But the more general point is that I do not see much evidence they're being held back now. Courts are slowing things down a bit here and there. In the cases where they're forcing departments to unfire people, the assumption is they'll just do reduction in force, RIFs, the legal process of downsizing. I don't see the argument that the White House is being meaningfully restrained right now. The only big restraint is public opinion, and I do not see how that stops being operative in a shutdown. I want to remind people of what I wrote a few days ago. The current executive orders explicitly say that the end game is a government the size of the shutdown size. So the end game we're currently heading towards, what they say they want and is current policy, is literally a permanent shutdown. I know this has been a pretty dreary and negative post. I'm writing it for two reasons. First, I don't want anyone to be unrealistic, certainly not based on anything I've written about what that choice would mean. Second, I don't believe the bad outcomes are that bad or meaningfully different from the situation we're already in. Have a great day. And you know what? Yeah. We're already in like a terrible situation. Nothing that a shutdown does puts us in a worse spot. If anything, it gives us positives that benefit all of us, okay? Full stop. God. Did you say earlier that a senator had a telegram or something? No, there was a joke. Someone was talking about sending a telegram. Just sent a calm but firm fax to Ron Johnson. Good. Pressure him to hold the line. I only had to write about 15 Blue Sky posts to debunk the "it gets worse" argument from Schumer. Yep. It is such a dog shit argument. In fact, it's so dog shit that all of Washington has turned on him because they all understood on the face of it that it is a dog shit argument. Mike from the Humanist Report roasted 3 House representatives who voted to censure Al Green. It was beautiful. Nice. I'm pretty goddamn locked in on this budget vote, guys. Also, worth noting that Senator Raphael Warnock seems to call for new leadership, but team walks it back. I think come 26 and 28, we'll get some new leadership, he told reporters. Now, granted, his entire political team has tried to pretend like he didn't do that, but dog, senators are calling for Chuck Schumer's political head. Okay? And Raphael Warnock is not the far radical left, folks. God, give us time? Hell yeah. Okay? Also, worth pointing this out. This is from, just like a little bit over an hour ago. Most Democratic senators don't bite on new leadership questions. These kinds of responses have been typical today. I'm very respectful of his thinking. Obviously, I have a different point of view, but every one of us has to make these very excruciatingly difficult decisions. And this was a choice between 2 repugnant results. He added that he was mad about the Hobson's choice they had to make, which is not Senator Schumer's doing. I support Chuck. The leader I don't have confidence in is Donald Trump. It is very interesting because I read a lot of this as like sidestepping the question, Remember, folks, continue calling Senator Cortez Masto. Even if you do not live in Nevada, call Senator Cortez Masto. Get her to reflip on the question of the continuing budget resolution, okay? Saki Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Ended my fax with "Don't be a schmuck, Chuck." You do have to click an email link after filling out the form. It's true. It's true. It's true. Are we fucked? No. We're the opposite. We have a fighting chance, which is better than what we had like 2 days ago. Okay? Yeah, Alexis Vandam, Ken Paxton is doing some crazy shit in Texas, but I got to be completely honest. At this moment, we are in like a time crunch for whenever this vote happens, and I want to maximize the amount of pressure we get on this vote, because this is literally an existential threat, not just to a state, but to every goddamn person in America and our constitutional rights. If we lose on this particular issue, all we have left is mass organizing. That's all we have left. Okay, so I'm focused on that. We're gonna talk about all the other shit. So much goddamn shit has been happening over like the last 48 goddamn hours. So much. And I've had to like throw all of it by the wayside so we can focus on this, because we need to act on this. This is the one point of leverage we have. Yes, Charles, the vote has not happened yet. Okay? They have not voted on cloture for the continuing budget resolution yet, guys. There's a reason why I streamed for like 8 hours last night until like 8 o'clock in the morning, passed out for like a handful of hours, and immediately got up to do this again. And that's because it's goddamn important that you guys call. Okay? That's because it's goddamn important. We actually have a chance to change this. Okay? We actually have a shot right now if you call, if you fax, if you email. Do you want us to email and fax her as well? Yes. And I'm not saying that what's happening in Texas is not important, because it really, really is. But there is so much happening that is goddamn important right now. And I'm overloaded autistically to the extreme, because I can't talk about, 12 different things at once. Did you guys know that there's a current presiding legal theory in the United States right now that the federal government under Donald Trump can just reach into your bank account and steal your money? That is something that is gaining steam in legal circles in Washington. I do, but we don't have time to talk about that right now. We don't have time to talk about how the federal government is empowering itself to steal your money from your bank account. We don't got time for that shit. Did they do the vote yet? No. There's so much shit. Table flip. Help. How do I find Hassan's fax? Look up the DC office fax number. Not every DC office is going to have fax machines, but a lot of them do. But yes, if you can, call Ken Paxton and tell him to go fuck himself. That's probably not politically useful, but I don't have time to like figure out a better thing for you guys to do. Who is the Nevada person I'm supposed to call? Senator Catherine Cortez Masto. I'm tired. I haven't eaten since like, I don't know, in like 16 hours. But like we got too much shit to do. Can Canadians call the senators? Genuinely no idea. Go eat before you pass out? No, I will pass out on goddamn stream before I go eat. Want a recovery pizza? It's on me. Not right now. No. But thank you. I do appreciate your concern, folks. It's too goddamn important. Got my boyfriend in Las Vegas to call? That's what I love to see, Amber Blackwell. Let's go. See that list of possible yes votes again? Here you go. Posting it in chat. Right now, Senate Dems are weak and they are vulnerable to pressure. And that is not something that happens very often. Okay? We have an actual chance at flipping these folks. Also, I'm getting some reports that Senator Mazie Hirono is similarly locking down her office. I'm going to post her number here for those of you to call her. She is a senator from Hawaii. Call her, urge her to vote no. If you want to fax her, here is her subsequent fax number in Washington, D.C. Here. Go, there you go. There you go. I used the bodies on the gears speech to encourage my reps. That's what I love to see, Nathan S. Let's go. Let's go. People are locking down their offices. Yep. Anyone who's doing that right now, sussy as fuck. Pressure them. I said her constituents and Americans across the country are watching. Yep. It's true. It's true. Also, just as an FYI, we're in the middle of another ongoing constitutional crisis. The courts have ordered that fired federal workers be restored, and these ghouls are arguing that those court orders are unconstitutional.
Get an update on it.
District court rulings about all the fired probationary workers. You used the same language here just now that was in the statement about fighting back against that ruling. Do you mean appealing or something else? And does the administration plan to comply with those orders in the meantime?
Fighting back by appealing, fighting back by using the full weight of the White House counsel's office and our lawyers at the federal government who believe that this injunction is entirely unconstitutional. And it is, for anybody who has a basic understanding of the law. You cannot have a low-level district court judge filing an injunction to usurp the...
That is exactly how low-level district court judges work. That is exactly their job. Their job is to do that. Their job, when they rule against the federal government for unlawful, unconstitutional acts, is to do exactly that, you piece of shit.
Executive authority of the President of the United States. That is completely absurd. And as the executive of the executive branch,
basically, they're trying to argue that a federal judge doesn't have the right to rule against the government. That's what they're trying to argue. That it's unconstitutional for a judge to rule on issues related to the Constitution. These people are fucking disgusting.
the president has the ability to fire or hire. And you have these lower level judges who are trying to block this president's agenda. It's very clear. And
it's not like a goddamn RPG, okay? It's not like a judge, oh, you're only a level 1 judge. You can't possibly rule on the constitutionality of the case. You need to be at least a level 5 judge before you unlock your constitutional ruling ability. It's not a goddamn RPG. It's not tabletop D&D. God damn it. These people are fucking trash. Every single one of these Nazi collaborating pieces of shit.
As I just cited, I was appalled by the statistic when I saw it this morning. In 1 month, in February, there have been 15 injunctions of this administration in our agenda. In 3 years under the Biden administration, there were 14 injunctions.
Yeah, maybe you should stop doing unconstitutional, illegal shit that violates the rights and constitutionality of the entire goddamn country. You goddamn ghouls.
So it's very clear that there are judicial activists throughout our judicial branch who are...
Well, if you look, we're not doing anything different from what Joe Biden did. So, we shouldn't be getting all of these court orders. We're doing the same things Joe Biden did. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're literally trying to say birthright citizenship doesn't exist. You goddamn pieces of shit.
We're trying to block this president's executive authority. We are going to fight back. And as anyone who saw President Trump and his legal team fighting back, they know how to do it. He was indicted nearly...
No, they don't. Literally, they don't. People in the Justice Department are so repulsed by what the Republicans are doing that their lawyers are quitting. Like, it's like every week I hear about 2, 3, 4, 5 different lawyers for the Justice Department quitting because they're being asked to do blatantly illegal, unconstitutional shit. Pretty soon they're going to be left with that one Beauvais character. That's going to be the only lawyer working for the government. Honestly, like, these people need to be disbarred yesterday.
200 times, and he's in the Oval Office now because all of the indictments, all of these injunctions have always been unconstitutional and unfair. They are led by partisan activists who are trying to usurp the will of this president, and we're not going to stand for it.
You know, in a just world, you know the phrase "liar, liar, pants on fire." Like, if that were ever true, this lady would just be in flames constantly. Like, just God damn it. Just like how do you lie that blatantly? It's crazy to me. So I'm so goddamn angry. And I'm sorry if that comes out sideways against some of you folks. I'm not. I want to really reiterate. I'm not angry at you guys. I'm angry at everything that's happening today. Keep making your calls, folks. Keep making your calls. Yeah, also Ken Paxton is trying to say that if you're in Texas and you are transgender and you've altered your state ID, you have committed fraud and they're coming after you. Even if you, followed the legal procedures of the state to change your IDs. Ken Paxton is honestly one of the most evil motherfuckers in the country. Like, the fact that he maintains his position year after year is one of the greatest indictments against the whole of the American people. It's disgusting. All right, we need to take a look here at some of the recent updates here. Let's take a look. Oh man, guys, apparently Senator Van Hollen is trying to get Republicans to flip on this. Man, we're in a crazy day on all of this. Let's take a look. We get a video here. This one.
Congress is expected.
No, I want actual video of the speeches. Here we go.
Good afternoon. House Democrats remain strongly opposed to the partisan Republican spending bill that will hurt families, hurt veterans, hurt seniors, and hurt the American people. It is a false choice that Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and House Republicans have been presenting.
I don't know, Storm.
Between their reckless and partisan spending bill and a government shutdown. Why are we here right now?
God, this man has negative riz. I'm here liking the things he's saying, and yet still negative riz.
In terms of
From
the
Hugh
moment
Jeffries
that is in front of us. It's because Donald Trump and House Republicans decided to walk away from the negotiating table.
We're going to speed this up a little bit.
When there were bipartisan conversations ongoing between House Democrats, House Republicans, Senate Democrats, and Senate Republicans in a manner consistent
with the Bipartisan Fiscal Responsibility Act that was passed in May of 2022. Donald Trump ordered House Republicans to walk away from the negotiating table at the end of February. House Republicans then passed a partisan and reckless bill that cuts funding for health care, cuts funding for veterans, and cuts funding for nutritional assistance to children and families. It's an unacceptable, unconscionable, and un-American spending bill. That's why House Democrats remain strongly opposed. Donald Trump orders them to walk away from the negotiating table. Step one. Step two, House Republicans pass a partisan and reckless spending bill. And then step three, House Republicans get out of town. Where are they at right now? House Democrats are here. We're ready to pass a 4-week spending bill that keeps the government open and will allow the House and the Senate to negotiate an actual agreement that meets the needs of the American people. But we do not support a bill that is designed to hurt the American people that Donald Trump and far-right extremist Republicans are trying to jam down the throats of everyday Americans. Now I yield to our distinguished whip, Catherine Clark.
Thank you so much, Mr. Leader. Proud to stand here with you and Chairman Aguilar. What we saw is a GOP that campaigned on a promise to the American people that they would lower their costs, they would make their families safer. And in the last 7 weeks, we've seen them do just the opposite. They've slashed Medicaid. They've taken away veterans benefits. They are attacking the funding for our public schools. They are out there saying elimination of Social Security and Medicare, it's the only way to balance our budget. And we have been clear with this process that led us to this vote today that we would join them in any CR, in any spending plan that protected Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, veterans benefits, feed hungry kids in this country, and keep our schools open. But that's not what they did. And when they put forward this bill, not only is it bad on the four corners of it, but we saw House GOP member after House GOP member come out and say in public, I wasn't sure about signing on to this until I met with the Trump administration, and they told me this is their vehicle for further dismantling the services that people who work for a living depend on in this country. And that's why we're unified in our opposition. And we are not going to buy into this false...
I'm not going to lie. I forgot for a second that I sped up this video. I was like, oh man, this lady is speaking with a lot of conviction here. And then I remembered we sped it up.
Binary decision. That it's a parade of bad choices. We know that already. We know what this administration and their enablers in the GOP and Congress are doing to the American people. Shutdowns are terrible. But so is this dismantling and this scheme to take deserving taxpayers' money and give it to the billionaire class. Each and every step of this is part of that scheme against everyday Americans who are waving their hands at this administration and saying, live up to what you told us you would do. You are betraying us. There's a reason the House GOP said, let's cancel town halls, because they don't want to face the voters they are betraying. So we're saying at this moment, come back to the table. Come back and negotiate. We've never had a shutdown where one party controls the White House, the House, and the Senate. That has never happened for a reason. And so this is a very unprecedented situation and an unprecedented disaster for the people who sent us here.
Well, understand one of the reasons she's not just saying, like, they're evil is because she also wants to tie Chuck Schumer to that, you know? So she's trying to do, like, a little balancing game because everyone wants to be polite to their own side, you know? But, like, so she's trying to say basically the same thing in a more polite way so as to limit the backlash she gets from potential other Democrats. Fuck it, call Schumer evil too? I'm in that camp, but you know, like, she's not, obviously. Like, she's a milquetoast Dem.
We do not do everything in our power to fight back and say, come back to the table, make a plan that is centered around the American people. And I'm proud to join in this fight with my friend from California, Chairman Pete Aguilar.
thank Whip Clark and Leader Jeffries for their continued leadership of House Democrats who have been very clear what side we're on. Leader Jeffries has been consistent in saying we will always stand up for the American people. They are asking us to fight back against this slashing attempt to cut Medicaid, cut Social Security, eliminate the Department of Education, all so the billionaire class can pay less in taxes. This is a fight we're having today and tomorrow and next week and as long as we were here in Congress. Our constituents are worried about how they're going to pay the bills, how they're going to buy a home, how they're going to send their kids to college. They are seeing their prices go up and these Republican policies tank the stock market. They're not following the Beltway news of who's up and who's down, but they are very attuned to the Republican recession and that could cost them their health care and their job. And they know when their elected officials are willing to fight for them. They know when someone is looking out for their own pocketbook or they're looking out for their own self-interest. That's why House Democrats will continue this fight and to continue everything we have done to center this around the American people. And we'll continue to do that under the leadership of Hakeem Jeffries.
Mr. Leader.
Mr. Leader.
Has Senator Schumer, in your mind, acquiesced to Trump?
That's a question that is best addressed by the Senate. The vote hasn't taken place yet, and the House Democratic position is very clear.
Also, worth pointing out here that the answer is very clear as well. This is from earlier today. Trump lauds Schumer's guts in backing bill to avoid shutdown. President Donald Trump on Friday congratulated Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer for doing the right thing by backing the Republican-led bill to avert the government shutdown. A non-pass would be a country destroyer. Approval would lead us to new heights, wrote the president Friday morning on Truth Social. Again, really good and smart move by Senator Schumer. Is this Chuck Schumer bending the knee? I don't know. Certainly seems like it, according to Donald Trump.
We strongly oppose any efforts to cut the health care of the American people, veterans benefits, and nutritional assistance, all of which are in the partisan Republican bill. We're going to continue to support Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, veterans benefits, and public schools, while Donald Trump and House Republicans try to take a chainsaw to these important priorities of the American people. We'll see what happens over in the Senate. There are still undecided and undeclared senators, and we anxiously await that.
Is it time for new?
One thing I will say, according to some of these updates, there's some good signs here. Senate leaders, this is as of 4 hours ago. Senate leaders haven't yet reached an agreement to speed up consideration of a shutdown averting funding patch ahead of the midnight deadline. Senate Majority Leader John Thune, Republican, told reporters that staff-level talks are ongoing, but he indicated that Democrats have not yet made a formal offer and that he has not spoken to Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. Under a potential deal, Democrats would agree to speed up the House GOP bill and help break a 60-vote filibuster in exchange for likely-to-fail amendment votes, including on their preferred 4-week funding patch. Schumer said Thursday he'd vote to break a filibuster, suggesting enough Democrats would join him to avoid a shutdown. At some point, there's got to be an offer on the table, Thune said. I think there could be an amendment vote or two. And, guys, the fact that there isn't a deal yet, the day of, that tells us a lot. That tells us how fractured the Senate is on this. And that's good. Which means you guys need to keep calling, okay? You need to keep calling your senators. Call them now, all right? I'm looking at C-SPAN right now. Where are they at? They are currently doing their roll call vote. They are getting ready to move on towards the budget bill. Call them now. You don't have time to wait. Call them now, okay? Don't got time. Call them now. Okay? Mr. Malachite, Hirono wasn't shutting down their phone lines, just shuttered, the physical office. Who's the Y senator you need to contact? You need to contact Brian Schatz and I think Miraz Hirono. Those two. Contact both. God.
Leadership in the Senate.
Next question.
Also, just real quick here.
Undecided and undeclared senators, and we anxiously await that.
Is it time for new leadership in the Senate?
Next question.
That is the leader of the House Democrats saying that essentially, yes, it's time for new leadership in the Senate. When you answer that question with anything other than a flat no, that's a yes. Okay, that is politics speak for yes. That is, and I need you to understand, that is read by every single person in Washington as yes. Okay? Even Hakeem Jeffries is saying yes. What a cowardly dick, just say yes. Understand that's just not how politics works in DC. Very few people are that blunt. Okay, but like Jeffries, get the hell out too. Yeah, of course, get Jeffries the hell out. But like, it's telling that the one of the guys who sucks most in the Democratic Party, Hakeem Jeffries, is even like refusing to throw a lifeline to Chuck Schumer. You know, that's how toxic this is right now. Even the horrid political instincts of Hakeem Jeffries are kicking in to like try and allow him to survive this. You know? Even Nancy Pelosi is calling for Chuck Schumer to stop whatever the fuck he's doing, you know? I wouldn't go so far and say that Hakeem Jeffries found a shred of his balls. That's too much credit to him. Let's go over some of the reactions different senators and political figures have had across Washington. Senator Bernie Sanders is arguing that the bill would literally take food out of the mouths of hungry children, take healthcare away from seniors, and give huge tax breaks to the wealthiest people on the planet. Senator Elizabeth Warren is saying that this gives Trump and Musk a blank check to spend your taxpayer money however they want. Jeff Merkley is out there saying that the Republican plan is horrific and his party should say hell no. We've got Patty Murray saying that the House bill is a dumpster fire and she's planning to vote no. There is a like these are not people without power within the Democratic Party, folks. These are not people without power. Patty Murray is the top Democrat on the Senate Appropriations Committee. All right, folks? Fax your senators, call your senators, email your senators. It is not too late, okay? It is not too late. They are still having their roll call vote on permanently classifying fentanyl. How many more votes do they need? No one knows. Guys, no one knows what the current state of play is, okay? We have a smattering of people who've come out and said they're going to vote yes, they're going to vote no. The gigantic question mark, how much do we trust them? How much do you trust when they come out and say that they're going to stick to it? How much do you like we just don't know. So it is best to assume people are going to either break their word or they are going to be that they are just undecided. So you need to call them as if they are undecided and tell them, "Hey, vote no on the continuing resolution, vote no on cloture." Okay? And if they do come out and you see that they have come out and said, "I will vote no on cloture," Another way of applying pressure is just to say, thank you for saying you will vote no on cloture. We're watching. Thank you so much for your service. Defend our Constitution, defend Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You thank them, but you still make sure you are applying that pressure. And if you don't know, act as if they are a yes vote and you want to flip them. Okay? Oh, Nate S., that's also a wonderful addendum. Encourage them to convince others to say no. Yep. We're doing a Just Say No campaign, folks. And you know what? For those senators who are a lock on this, Paladin Lost has put forward a really interesting proposal. What they need to do today, right, to get all of you on the same page here, what they need to do is that they need to get this funding through by midnight tonight, okay? They need to get this through by midnight tonight. Otherwise, the government shuts down. What that means is, today, they are uniquely vulnerable to delaying tactics. And one of the ways you can delay and stall for time in the Senate is to deny unanimous consent. Okay? For any of these senators who have publicly committed to voting no, and that can be relied upon to vote no, people like Bernie Sanders, I would encourage you to call these people who can, your Elizabeth Warrens, etc. Call them, thank them for committing to voting no, and ask them to withdraw unanimous consent. Because any senator can do that on their own. Okay? If we delay this, the government will also shut down. That is kind of a shortcut, a secret path. And honestly, I'm gonna advocate that you guys do that. Worshipper of Olympians, that's why I did not ban you. I only timed you out for a bit. Thank you for coming back and clarifying, though. Charlie, and folks, I am seeing your donations, super chats, etc. Thank you very much for supporting the show. And Charlie, congrats on being able to leave your MAGA workplace today. Let's go! And Sophie Bliss, we're going to keep on spreading the word. We're going to keep on doing this for as long as we can. Folks, if you have already called your senators, call Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, call these folks who we know we can rely on and ask them to withdraw unanimous consent in order to buy more time to either whip votes or to delay this into a shutdown. Deny unanimous consent. Deny unanimous consent. Deny unanimous consent. Okay? Call, fax, email. There is still time. What does CR stand for? It stands for Continuing Resolution. Just called both of mine again. That's what I love to see, folks. And sorry you're blue. Thank you for sharing. I'm going to just copy and paste that into the other chats. Folks, if you want to call Bernie Sanders and ask him to withdraw unanimous consent in the Senate in order to buy more time or get us over the edge into a shutdown, his number is 202-224-5141. Vote no on the CR. Vote no on cloture and invoke, deny unanimous consent. All right? Very good idea, Paladin. I'm in Minnesota. I see Tina Smith is voting no. Do we know anything about Amy Klobuchar? There was someone in chat who said that Amy was voting no. Let's take a look. Amy Klobuchar. Let's see. Does someone have a link on the club? Let's see. Both Smith and Klobuchar said they would not vote to end the filibuster. So they are no votes on cloture, according to local reporting in Minnesota. Tina Smith put out a statement saying Donald Trump and Republicans are forcing two terrible choices on us. Both of which are bad for the people of this country and would hand unchecked power to President Trump and Elon Musk as they slash and burn the government services on their own terms. It fails to pay for disaster relief or fund hundreds of millions of dollars for important community projects for Minnesota, from child care centers in Moorhead to public safety investments for Rochester and supporting rural health care on the Iron Range. It would give President Trump vast discretion to allocate funds to reward his political friends and punish those he considers enemies. And this is only a sampling of the damage done by this bill. Therefore, I cannot support it. I am not seeing a statement from Amy Klobuchar, but again, the reporting here says that she's a no. But, maybe it's kind of a little bit of a loosey-goosey no. So give her a call, encourage her to vote no. I called Bernie. I got a person for the first time today. Hell yeah, Link. That's what I love to see. Call and ask him to deny unanimous consent. Deny unanimous consent. Slow it down. Shut this motherfucker down. Welcome back, Amber Brains. Let's go. Oh, with Otro, you are wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Amy Klobuchar put out a statement today saying, I support the 30-day short-term extension to keep the government open to complete bipartisan negotiations on an actual budget. I will not support the partisan proposal in part because it does not include Minnesota infrastructure projects. Awesome. Cool. So she does not support it. Because Chuck Schumer has abandoned the 30-day proposal and is instead gunning to just support the Republican House proposal. So excellent. Excellent. That's good news. Call Amy Klobuchar. Thank her. God. We're in some wacky times. I think they are now, they are now going into debate on this. Get your calls in now, folks. Get your calls in now.
Spending have rightly argued that we should return spending to pre-pandemic levels. This is something I could support. The spending bill before us, though, spends $400 billion more than we were spending before the pandemic. Spending went through the roof during the pandemic, and it never came back down, and the deficits are out of
Rand Paul
control.
has said he's going to vote no.
In order for this bill to get back to pre-pandemic levels, it would have to be $400 billion less. That's something I could support. 3 months ago, when the current continuing resolution was passed at the end of last year, we were told that we just needed to clear the decks. President Trump was going to come in and the Republicans would be in charge, and then everything would be okay. Just wait. Pass it, pass it along in December. Come March, Republicans will be in charge and something will happen. And yet the bill before us doesn't change anything. The bill before us keeps the same Biden spending levels. We were
Hell
told
yeah,
with
Stolas. That's what I love to
fury
see.
that we would fight for the taxpayers come spring, and we are given a bill that doesn't change. It doesn't change the course of accumulating $2 trillion in debt every year. The powers that be, I believe, waved the white flag of surrender when they presented the American people with this bill that fails to make the cuts that are necessary to slow down the accumulation of our debt. The malpractice is made even worse this time around. Presidents of both parties pay lip service to the idea that the national debt must be addressed. Despite tough talk, deficits and debt inevitably keep rising. We now have over $36 trillion in debt. Unlike past presidents, though, President Trump created the Department of Government Efficiency, affectionately known as Doge, to identify wasteful programs and eliminate them. Despite Doge working around the clock, identifying appalling waste of taxpayers' dollars, this bill continues to fund the same programs that are funding the waste and fraud that's been located. How can that be? If we've located the waste and fraud, why are we not telling them reduced foreign aid? If the foreign aid budget is full of all kinds of crazy left-wing advocacy and nonsense, reduce the amount of money you give him. This bill will give them the same amount of money they got last year. This bill allows foreign aid to continue. It doesn't incorporate any of the Doge cuts. It doesn't cut waste.
If you're wondering
This
how
bill
unanimous
embraces the
consent
waste.
works,
It allows the waste to continue.
Indivisible has an explainer
This
on
bill
it. I'm
doesn't
going to link it in
respect the
chat.
taxpayer. It continues to throw their money away.
You have to scroll down a
This bill
bit, but
continues the Biden levels of spending that caused historic inflation, that caused
Ruben
prices
Gallego is
to
a no?
rise,
Fuck
that
yeah.
caused people to be outraged to vote for a new president. Why in the world would we continue the same spending levels that led to the debt, that led to the inflation that is plaguing us? This malpractice is compounded by the fact that President Trump
Schumer and Fetterman
Doge
need 6 more.
made it easy
Gillibrand might
for
be 1.
Congress to fix.
Cortez Masto might be
They
1.
actually told us where the waste was and where the waste and abuse was and told us how to root it out.
This guy's
how to
crazy,
remove
but he
it.
might actually vote no.
The waste found by Doge truly shocks the conscience.
No, it doesn't.
Taxpayers paid
God damn it.
$25,000 for an LGBT trans opera in Colombia. They spent $2 million on sex changes in Guatemala.
Good.
They spent $1.5 million
Based.
advancing DEI initiatives in Serbia.
Cool.
They spent $6 million on
wait.
tourism in
Wait, can anyone real quick think of why one might want like diversity, equity, and inclusion policies in Serbia? Can anyone think of why a land racked with racial and ethnic tension that culminated in a genocide like, I don't know, like 30 years ago, 20 years ago, might want programs that help integrate the society together and like foster, you know, the idea that people shouldn't hate each other along ethnic lines? Can anyone think of maybe why that might be good? I don't know. Anyway.
And yet, even after all that Doge has uncovered, and I commend them, Congress is still on the verge of passing a bill that fully funds foreign aid. Many in this chamber think it's wasteful to do all these things, and they say, well, why should we keep spending money on foreign aid that is paying for sex changes in Guatemala, and yet the funding levels in this bill stay the same. These are the same funding levels for the foreign aid that were occurring under the Biden administration. Let me say that again and clearly. This bill fully funds the outrageous foreign aid programs that Elon Musk and Doge have exposed. Something doesn't make sense here. Well, Congress seems slow to open its eyes to waste and abuse. Secretary Rubio has acted. He recently said that the United
I'm actually going to call Bernie Sanders right now on stream. Let's call his office, huh? Okay. 202-224-5141.
Hello, you've reached the official Senate office in Washington, D.C. of U.S. Senator Bernie Sanders. If you have reached this message during normal business hours, all of our phone lines are full as we are experiencing a high volume of calls. If you are a Vermonter calling to request assistance or leave a legislative comment, please leave a brief message with your name, number, and address. You can also send us a message at www.sanders.senate.gov/contact. Thank you for contacting Senator Sanders' office.
Hello, this is Jack Gardner with the Riverboat Jack Show on YouTube. I have hundreds of people watching, and I'm just calling to thank Bernie Sanders for holding the line against this awful CR bill and holding the line on cloture. And I would also ask that Senator Sanders consider withholding unanimous consent. I think that might be a way we can possibly move forward. And I thank the senator for his time, and thank you for all of his hard work and all of your hard work as well as a staffer. Thank you very, very much. Good day. There we go. I did my part. Go do your part. All right? Go do your part.
Never comes. Someone must make a stand and fight. To that end, I offer a Doge Cuts 1.0 amendment that would codify the cuts in foreign aid, reducing USAID's budget by 83% and aligning with Secretary Rubio's recent decision to eliminate thousands of these programs.
Wait, do all Republicans need to vote yes for 7 Democrats to vote yes as well? Because any Republican that votes no is helping us. Danger Days, that is correct. Every Republican needs to vote yes, and 7 Democrats need to defect. So any Republican that defects requires more Democrats to flip. Okay? That is the state of play.
Their job. He needs the people who support the president need to be supporting the president's cuts. They need to be supporting an amendment, Doge 1.0, that puts those cuts into law.
These
I'm
calls
not even talking about codifying.
Guys, these calls are not scary. They are short. I promise you, you can do this. I promise you, you guys can do this. All right? Even if you have never called your senator before, you got this. It is not difficult. I believe in you. And if you need a script, we have one on the Discord under the announcements section, okay? Yes, Seth Evans, that is completely correct. If all Republicans vote lockstep, 7 Democrats need to defect. If they lose a Republican, that means they need 8 Democrats to defect. Oh, hell yeah, Stolas. I'm glad you're going to those SRA meetings and getting something out of them. Love to see it. Yeah, Alexis Vantham, I'm kind of in the position of like, this guy's fucking nuts. And you know what? Even if he's fucking nuts in a way that like I completely disagree with, I do appreciate him torpedoing this bill.
To make the cuts stick. If we do not adopt my amendment, then taxpayers will simply continue spending substantial amounts of money to defund components of the government rather than using savings to pay down our mounting debt. In other words, you might cut it and think it's cut one day, but what if the courts say you have to spend it somewhere else? It never comes back. The cuts are never real. The only way the cuts the administration are making will ever be real, will ever be counted, and will ever lessen the debt in the country is to vote in Congress. That's what this is about. It would be the height of hypocrisy for Congress to pay lip service to Doge's exceptional work, support it on the superficial, and then vote against it when you have a chance to vote on it. Continuing to spend at this bill's level will add $2 trillion in debt. That is a fact. All the newspapers reporting yesterday, it was all over the news, record-setting accumulation of debt. We've accumulated over $1 trillion and we're not halfway through the year. It's a record accumulation of debt. It only stops when people stand up and say enough is enough. The least we can do is make sure that it doesn't include the egregious spending that has come from the foreign aid, the craziness, the sex change operations in Guatemala, trans operas, trans comic books, all of these ludicrous things that no American supports will only go away.
It's crazy.
It will only go away with permanence if we vote for it. Before us is a chance to enact about $16 billion worth of Doge's cuts in foreign aid. These cuts are only real in the long term if they're reflected in congressional action. If we continue to fund the federal government at the Biden administration levels, which is what this bill does, then the money from Doge's hard-found savings will just be spent somewhere else. I urge all my colleagues who have praised Doge's work to match their actions to their words and vote yes on this amendment.
Now, I'm not entirely sure how to interpret this. Talking Points memo is saying Dems are dropping the demand for an amendment vote on clean 4-week continuing resolution. I'm not sure if this is good or bad. I think it's basically them formally dropping the kabuki theater that they were planning to do initially with Chuck Schumer. Senator Patty Murray has been calling for passage of a continuing resolution that would fund the government for an additional 28 days. Some Democrats have floated demanding a vote on the bill as an amendment to the GOP CR, but per a source familiar, Murray wanted the vote to be called off since it would fail, only serve a theatrical purpose, and not affect the outcome of the vote on the GOP CR. So I think this is increasing awareness of the political stakes. I read this as basically them recognizing the political theater is not going to work. And in fact, nothing that they were hoping to get out of this plan is actually going to function the way they were hoping it would. So I think that this means, I think that this is good. I don't know if somebody else can take a look at this and like help me interpret it, because my brain right now, I'm tired as fuck, guys. The kayfabe is over. Exactly. Yeah, even the liberals are shouting to shut this down. Yep. Just finished maxing out my 5 free faxes and got confirmation they all went through, and left yet another message for Fetterman. Let's go, sweet blasphemy! Yeah, Patty Murray is a no. Exactly. I'm a government contractor and am too tired as fuck. Yeah, fair. Also, folks, we've been going for over 2 hours. If you're getting anything out of this stream, number 1, call your goddamn senators. It is not over. It is not over. It is not fucking over. Call your senators. Call someone you know is a lock for a a no vote on this, and ask them to deny unanimous consent. Slow this entire process down so that even if we fail to get the votes to stop cloture, slowing it down may mean that the government shuts down at midnight anyway. Okay? Those are our 2 paths available to us. Call. Do your faxes. Do your emails. Continue flooding their goddamn inboxes, all right? Keep doing it, folks. And also hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., because this show and this advocacy is only possible thanks to viewers like you. I could not do it without you guys. And there's nothing else on this earth that would motivate me to stream for 10 out of the last, like, 12 hours. Other than that, well, wait, 10 out of the last... God, I don't... Time. What is time? An illusion. Patrick Lucas, thank you for the gifted membership over on YouTube. I very much appreciate it. How many times can you call? The answer is as many times as you goddamn well please, because they work for you. Okay? All right? I will sleep when this when this vote goes through and we know the outcome. Okay? My plan is to order some goddamn delicious Indian food when we finish this.
Special Envoy Woodcock, Ambassador Woodcock.
And you know what? I do really appreciate this. They do not have in the Senate just like people lined up to speak on this. And instead, we're getting like, I don't know, 5, 10, 15 minutes between different speakers on the Senate floor. The pressure is working, folks. They are hearing it. It is getting hot in the room for these folks. Keep applying the pressure. Do not stop. Do not stop. See. Well, you know what? We also have another piece of good news that I personally care about. We're getting the Ted Lasso season 4, everyone. You know, that doesn't matter to what we're talking about here today, but I'm scrolling through to see if we have any updates to talk about here regarding that vote, and I apparently it's confirmed to be renewed for season 4. And you know what? I love me some goddamn Ted Lasso. Okay. Order Indian food now. Combine all of my favorite content. You know, I might. It is 2:30. They are open. God. What's your order of choice? I like a good chicken vindaloo or like a chicken Josh. You know, obviously not at like a mild spice, but like give me that spicy shit, you know? I know this is a little thing, but if we do pull this off, I would go apeshit if Bernie shouted you out. That would be fucking cool. I doubt that's gonna happen, but that would be really, really cool. I would like that. Stolas, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Some good news for once. Facial feminization surgery is in 10 days. Nice! Because I'm on Medicaid, it's free. Let's go! Stolas, love that for you. I've been thinking about possibly getting a little bit of the FFS myself, you know. Sophie Bliss, thank you for the $10 Canadian. Thank you for keeping us slightly sane. I'm doing my best. I hope it is clear to folks who watch this show from outside of the country that like there are Americans here who are trying to fight to make things better and sane, you know? Sweet Blasphemy, thank you for the $5 dono. Thanks again for leading the charge, Captain. Enjoy a veggie samosa. I do love me a goddamn veggie samosa. I'm real excited for Indian food. Do I buy the tabletop RPG book Thirsty Sword Lesbians at my local shop? Is that even a question? Of course you do. Even the government employee union is telling Schumer to grow a spine. That's lovely. I love that for everyone. Charlie, thank you for the gifted membership over on YouTube. YouTube, killing it today. Should we also flood the party apparatus with calls, faxes, emails, and letters? I don't see why the fuck not. Go for it. Watching the new season. Wait, the new season of Righteous Gemstones is out? I didn't know that. You guys. I mean, folks, it's wild. Because anyone coming to speak on this in the Senate, like Rand Paul was ready to go. The fact that it is taking this long for another senator to come and speak, I do think that there is some shit going on behind the scenes. I do think there's some shit going on behind the scenes here. Oh, shit. Okay, Ken Martin put out a statement, actually. Let's take a look. DNC Chair Ken Martin. Republicans launched their illegal assault on our government and American families on January 20th. We will not ignore the devastation they've caused in just 2 months. People lost their jobs. The economy is in free fall. Veterans have been tossed aside like garbage. Families are furious. And now these same cowardly Republicans, too scared to even look their own voters in the eye at town halls, want to hand Trump and Musk a blank check to slash, gut, and hijack federal spending however they damn well please. This isn't just corruption. It's a full-blown power grab. I've said it directly to Democratic leaders across the party. We will not stand for this. Republicans have a choice: negotiate in good faith with Democrats or own the chaos they're unleashing. They are threatening Social Security, ripping Medicaid away from hundreds of thousands, gutting schools, veteran services, and public lands, all to line the pockets of their ultra-wealthy donors and with obscene tax cuts. It's disgusting. Americans deserve a responsible bipartisan budget, not one dictated by Trump's whims. Congress, not that wannabe dictator, must control federal spending. And since Republicans are too spineless to face their own constituents, Democrats will do it for them. Starting this weekend, we're heading into red districts in every state to hold in-person town halls, listen to voters who are mad as hell at what Trump, Musk, and the GOP are doing in this country. The fight isn't coming. It's already here. That doesn't mean anything for Chuck Schumer. God damn it. Do you guys need... I think maybe you guys need to start calling Ken Martin, frankly. I mean, like, this is better than, like, radio silence, I suppose, but, like, this needs to be directed at, more directly at Senate Democrats. And I do think there is a way you can kind of squint your eyes and read it in that way. You know, like, right here in particular... I've said it directly to Democratic leaders across the party. We will not stand for this. You know? That part indicates to me, perhaps, like, implying that, like, Schumer should do something, but we need more. We need a more direct statement. K Rizza, thank you for the $20 dono over on riverboat.gg. Usually watch VODs at work, but today I get it live. That you do. We got too much going on to wait until later. It's like everywhere I turn, everything is terrible and I can't do anything about it. Moloch the Owl, you can do something about it today, folks. You can do something about it today. Call your senators. Fax your senators. Okay? We've got options available to make your voice heard alongside all of us. Call, fax, email. Use 5calls.org to get their contact info and get calling. There is still time. There is still time. Yeah, the most generous reading of this is that it's a slight dig at Schumer, but like I don't think Ken Martin deserves the benefit of the doubt on this one. Like, I mean, guys, this is just one small story about why, like, we can't just sit back and let them do what they want in the government. Musk will be allowed to rip up entire air traffic control system in just 12 months. We do not have, 7 months to sit on our asses and do nothing about this. This is why we need to shut the government down. God. I mean, guys, people are so goddamn angry right now. I don't understand how Democrats can try and ignore this.
Doge is not real. Fuck Elon Musk. Let me just say what everybody else is thinking. I just want to call up
9/11
any
first
9/11
responders.
responder to come forward. All you guys come forward. That's what cancer looks like. That's what COPD looks like. That's what pulmonary fibrosis looks like. That's what severe respiratory illnesses look like. That's what post-traumatic looks like. They're all dying. But I'll tell you what's killing them even more. The toxic fucking redundancy of this place. The toxic redundancy of having to keep coming back. They have to keep telling their stories. Ask Ray Pfeiffer, Lou Alvarez. Oh wait, you can't. They're dead. They died telling their stories. We continue to come back here for 20 years. Then we go to funerals. Then we go to hospital beds. This is real. People are sick and people are dying. We keep playing defense. Where's the offense? We ask. No more asking.
Is that I'm sorry, who's that standing right there? Is that one Chuck Schumer? Is that one Chuck fucking Schumer? I can't tell because the resolution is very low, but it looks like goddamn Charles Schumer right there, folks. Leaving all of these goddamn 9/11 first responders out to dry by collaborating with the Nazi fucks in the Oval Office who want to defund the programs that keep these heroes alive.
No more asking. We're demanding. From Longworth to Hart to HHS to the White House. Now! Have a good day.
What do I say? Just broadly complain? If you want a script, we have one posted in the Discord under the announcements section. But otherwise, if you want a much more simple thing, we demand your senator votes no on cloture and votes no on the Republican continuing budget resolution. No on cloture, no on the continuing budget resolution. No on cloture, no on the CR. No on cloture, no on the CR. Okay? I'm curious as a Canadian what I could possibly do to help in these situations. If you know anyone in America, tell them how important it is that they call their senators. If you know anyone in America, impress upon them the importance of getting out to these protests. Okay? And Moloch the Owl, it is very likely that you are going to get voicemails. Be prepared for that. leave your name, leave your number, leave your street address if you're a constituent, and then just reiterate that in a fax. Many of these people have fax machines in their offices. You can send it for free over the internet. Okay. And we need to maximize this pressure, folks. Continue. Yeah. If you're Canadian, put the pressure on your American homies. Okay. Put the pressure on the American homies. Believe it or not, guys, the U.S. Senate is still waiting for someone to come and speak. It has been a solid 30, 40 minutes since Rand Paul spoke. Maybe 30 minutes, not 40 minutes. God. Call your senators. Malik the Owl, thank you for the $10 super chat. On what level do you engage with MAGA friends and family? I'm running into an issue where I feel emotionally drained by people disconnection from reality. I'm just looking for advice. Honestly, my main point of advice is that if there's an opening to introduce them to a new idea, take advantage of that. But otherwise, arguing with them, I don't know if it's going to be fruitful. I think for a lot of people who are firmly in the MAGA cult, the only thing that is going to start them questioning their positions is if things like Social Security and Medicaid start getting cut. You know, it's going to be suffering. It's going to be tangible material suffering entering their lives and causing them to question what they believe to be true. Okay? If you don't... yeah, I guess that's the case. We go back to the Senate floor here.
Vermont, Senator Sanders to pass a set of critical improvements to Americans' health care system. This legislation is overwhelmingly bipartisan, fully paid for, and targeted at two objectives every senator ought to support: improving health care for Americans and cracking down on the middlemen who take advantage of the system. 597 days ago, the Senate Finance Committee passed the most comprehensive legislation in history to address the pharmacy benefit manager predatory business practices, and it was passed by a vote of 26-1. 493 days ago, the Senate Finance Committee passed another piece of health care legislation that improves mental health care for Americans with Medicaid, expands and strengthens telehealth, and more PBM policies by a vote, again, of 26-0. Since that time, negotiations about how to sign these policies into law have been fatally intertwined with the dysfunctional debate over congressional appropriations, as the public can see on full display this week. These policies are too important to leave behind due to an unrelated disagreement. Community pharmacists are counting on this legislation. Doctors who don't want to see a pay cut are counting on this legislation. Seniors and working families who want better care at a lower cost are counting on this legislation. So the time to act is now. In December, Democrats and Republicans struck a deal on this bill. I have the press release on my website to prove it. It was introduced in the House and set for passage. But along came Elon Musk and his now familiar wrecking ball. With one tweet, he killed the entire package for reasons that had nothing to do with the bill before the Senate today. Musk even had the gall to tweet, "What is a pharmacy benefit manager?" less than 2 weeks after he single-handedly killed the bill, Mr. President. While this unelected billionaire rifles through Americans' private information and earned benefits, claiming to be looking for waste, fraud, and abuse, he doesn't even know about the middlemen who skim billions off the federal government. Since Musk's tweeting adventure, 237 independent pharmacies have closed their doors. That's nearly 3 small businesses closing every day. Our bill includes critical protections that stop the giant PBMs from bullying even more local pharmacies into the abyss. Every day matters. That's why it's critical to act now. Now I'd like to yield to the ranking member of the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee, Senator Sanders, so he can explain the important pieces of this bill that are in his committee's jurisdiction that also need to pass as soon as possible. Senator Sanders.
Well, thank you very much.
Senator from Vermont.
Thank you. Let me thank Senator Wyden for his outstanding work as the former chairman of the Finance Committee and now as the ranking member. Mr. President, I get around Vermont a bit. I get around the country a bit. And generally speaking, when I talk to a group of people, I ask them a simple question. So what do you think about the healthcare system? Is it working well or is it broken? Is it dysfunctional?
Let's
and
go, Bernie.
Overwhelmingly, the hands go up that the American healthcare system today is broken.
Moloch
it is
the Owl,
dysfunctional,
sometimes, yeah.
It is cruel. And what people understand is the function of the American healthcare system today is not to provide quality health care to all of our people, which in fact goes on in every other major country on earth. It is to make huge profits for the drug companies.
While Bernie
and the
does this, I'm going to go
insurance
change into
companies.
something more comfortable.
Mr. President, the current healthcare system is a system in which we spend twice as much per capita on health care as do the people of any other nation. Astronomical sum of money. And yet, despite all that money, 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured, and the cost of health care keeps going up every single year. 1 out of 4 Americans cannot afford the cost of the drugs that their doctors prescribe. And unbelievably, it is a system in which 60,000 Americans die each year because they can't get to a doctor on time. It is a system in which we don't have enough doctors, we don't have enough nurses, we don't have enough dentists, we don't have enough pharmacists. But the good news is the insurance companies and the drug companies are making huge profits. The current healthcare system is a system in which our life expectancy is lower than any other major country, and if you're working class in America, you're going to live 7 years shorter life than if you are wealthy. It is a system in which some 500,000 people go bankrupt each year because of medically related debt. It is a system where in large parts of our country, rural hospitals are being shut down and where people, even with decent insurance, have to travel hours in order to find a doctor. Mr. President, as Senator Wyden indicated, in December, after months and months of difficult negotiations, and I want to congratulate Senator Wyden, Senator Crapo, and all the people involved in those negotiations, we made some progress on this health care crisis by coming together on a bipartisan and bicameral agreement on a health care package. That legislation, while more modest than I would have wanted, would have provided $4.5 billion for community health centers this year and $4.6 billion next year, up 15% from a few years ago. Community health centers provide primary health care to 32 million Americans, working class, lower income people. Do a phenomenal job, but they're under financial stress. That legislation would have provided $350 million a year over 2 years for the National Health Service Corps, so we can attract young people to go out and work, young doctors to work in underserved areas. And it would have provided $300 million a year for teaching health centers. It would have also lowered the outrageous price of prescription drugs by taking on the greed of pharmacy benefit managers. It was a bipartisan bill. And just before that bill was going to be passed, Elon Musk, the wealthiest man in the world, who does not have to worry about whether he and his friends can afford health care, he sent out a series of tweets, some of them outrageously dishonest, to kill this legislation, and he succeeded in doing so. So today, Mr. President, it is important that we take a step forward and undo the damage that Mr. Musk caused. And the legislation that we are proposing today would in fact begin to take us back where we were. It would increase funding for community health centers and do all of the other important work that Senator Wyden wanted. We have a health care crisis in America today. The CR that we're going to be voting on in a little while will make a bad situation worse. This is an opportunity to tell the American people that we are aware of the health care crisis. We are at least trying to do something. And I would yield back to Senator Wyden.
President, I just want to thank my colleagues.
Senator Morgan.
Folks,
President, just very briefly, I want to thank my colleagues.
I want you all to understand what exactly is happening right here. They are stalling for time. The Senate is stalling for time. I have an update here on who are confirmed no's and who are potential maybes. Okay. Yeah. Let's take a look here. So, latest update here is that here are the 4 yeses on cloture. We've got Schumer, we've got Fetterman, we've got Cortez Masto, and we've got Kirsten Gillibrand. Okay? Those are the 4 people who have said they are going to vote yes. Currently, there are 5 people who are unknowns. And that's Dick Durbin, that's King, Schatz, Hirono, and Shaheen. Okay? We need to, like, we're in an extraordinary moment here, folks. You need to, I think that I, in good conscience, you need to call Durbin, King, Schatz, Hirono, and Shaheen. Okay? That's what you guys need to do right now. All right? Now, if you're looking for their numbers, real quick. Let me pull this up for you guys. Here is the contact info for every single one of their offices. All right? This is how you get to the switchboard. Just going to copy and paste this into chat. You can also Google each one individually. But yeah, for senators, you got this, folks. You got this. Navigate this. You got it. Oh, God. This is stressful as hell. Call them even if they aren't the senators from your state. Yes, call them even if they aren't the senators from your state. I'm asking you to go above and beyond, folks. Too much shit going on today? Absolutely. What was the list again? I missed 2. No worries. I'm going to link this into chat so you guys can look at who the unknowns are. I would also encourage you, if you can, call Gillibrand, call Cortez Masto. I do think they're still susceptible to pressure. But you can also just Google each of their names and be like DC office and get the phone number that way. You can also find their fax number when you go that way. All right? Keep calling, faxing, and emailing. I'm calling on each of you. Call, fax, and email each one of those 5 in like the next hour and a half. Okay? Peters is a lost cause? I don't know. Peters is not one of the confirmed yes votes. I would say also call your own senators. But, like, in addition to that, call these people. Okay? The calling does work, Johnny Ramo. The calling does work. You might think that it doesn't. I'm here to tell you, as somebody who has worked with people who work in those offices, who has worked with campaigns, I can tell you that the calling does work. You might not feel like it does, because it doesn't feel like it works on an individual level, but I can assure you on a mass level, when you have hundreds of people calling in, that shit matters. These people are in such chaos that they are trying to figure out what to do right now. Our input matters. Don't fucking doomer and give up on me today of all days, for fuck's sake. That's like getting 1 foot away from the end zone and saying, "Oh man, we can't possibly make it." Don't be like that. Don't be a goddamn quitter. Fill their offices with faxes, you know, physical paper. Make them go through reams, baby. Yeah, make your calls, then you have my permission to die. I mean, doomer. You know, make your calls. Do the thing before you doomer. That's all I ask. If you do the thing, you can doomer a little bit as a treat. Oof. All right. No, don't none of that, Salmon Moose. Yeah, if you are getting full voicemails from DC offices, worth a shot calling their local offices. Already called? Good. Call again. Do not go quietly into that good night, indeed. What happens if you doomer over the call? Don't do that. You want to project strength, not weakness. Those numbers are confusing. Can't get them to go through. That's fair. If you are having trouble navigating that list that I posted, just Google their offices. If you just Google Durban, DC office, you'll get the number. Promise. Call on stream. I've already been doing that. We've got too much to do. You guys need to do this. I've already been making my calls on stream. Oh my god. Right. I'm just gonna write this down because folks are having a lot of trouble. I'm gonna write it down for you guys because it's that goddamn important. I'm gonna do it live. Okay. King, DC office. Senator King. There we go. Okay. Shats. Hirono. And for those that I find a ready fax number, I'll include that as well. Okay. Shaheen. Office. Go. There you go. I'm not formatting all of this to look nice. Here are the 5 numbers. There you go. There you go. There you go. That should help you guys a bit. Uh, There we go. Yeah, copy and pasting into the friend group Discord. That's what I'd love to see. Mercury, let's go. Yep. Also, I'm gonna add Cortez Masto on here because I don't get the feeling that she's as firm a yes on this. Go. There you go. Just gonna post it again. Durbin's number wouldn't let me leave a voicemail message. Call again in a bit. Did you already discuss Rand Paul's disgusting speech from a little while ago? Yeah, it was really bad. But if he votes no, I don't care. Here we go. Fax numbers for the Las Vegas office. Worth a shot. I'm gonna get the fax numbers for all you guys. Shaheen, DC office fax. Nailed it. Got it. Shaheen fax. Okay. What about chats? That's right, folks. We're weaponizing faxing in the year 2025. That's what we're doing. Okay. King DC office fax. Senator Bernie Sanders. Here we go. Okay. Angus King, why you being so difficult? All right. The fax number 28210. Okay. Fax 282. Wait. I guess it's 202 282 -1009. And then Dick Durbin Here we go. There we go. I think this is about as complete as info as I can send you. It is not all formatted correctly. There you go. There you go. Oh, it's a little bit too long over on YouTube. I'll just post it in 2 parts. Shaheen. There you go. There is all the contact info I have for people who we may be able to flip or who are currently unknown. Okay? That's call those folks, fax them, do the things, okay? If you are running into full inboxes, you can use faxing. You can fax them online. You do not need a fax machine, folks. You can fax your senators using Fax Zero. It is free. You do not need a machine. You can just do it digitally. Use that, and you can get around full inboxes by sending a fax into the offices of these folks. Get to work, folks. A lot going on today. I believe I have all the fax numbers correct. One thing I'm going to update is the Cortez Masto fax, if I can, simply because I did one of her local offices, those fax. Let's see if I can find the DC office. DC Senate office fax, Cortez Masto. Okay. Let's see. Congressional Directory. There we go. Congressional Directory. Let's see here. This should not be difficult. We don't want a House representative. We want a Senate fax number. Okay, I guess the best we can do for Cortez Masto is because all of the fax info is blank for her. So you can fax her local office, but not the DC one, as far as I understand. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Da, 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 da. Found it, baby. I found the DC fax number. Let's go. Just update that one for Cortez Masto for you guys. Boom. Nailed it. Nailed it. Nailed it. That took some goddamn digging. Whew. Johnny Ramo, thank you for the $5 dono. And you know what? I think we could all use a little bit of a happy dance party, especially considering we're just waiting for stuff to happen in the Senate. So you know what? I think I hear a dono ghost.
hereby cast a spell of warning to protect the chat. And a second spell to summon the Dono Ghost.
Darth Gently. They can watch it on C-SPAN. Call. Gabriella Tito, thank you for the $20 super chat. BWA! Sophie Bliss, thank you for the $10 Canadian. Fun stuff. Why are we dancing? Because Johnny Ramo donated $5 and said his heart's been in excruciating pain every day since his birthday, and everything is shitty currently. And you know what? Sometimes, and I'm not gonna always do the Don't Know Go song. I'm not always gonna do a little dance party. But you know what? Sometimes people need a little shimmy. You know, need a little shimmy. Need a little smile. Too short? That was longer than your requested dance time. It's a good reason to dance. I agree. My birthday's on Tuesday. You're going to visit a zoo? Oh, man, it's been forever since I've been to a zoo. We must boogie down. Indeed. Indeed, folks. God. Trump is speaking right now. He's saying insane shit. Yeah, frankly, I think we need to pay less attention to what Donald Trump says, because he just says constant shit. Just constant shit. And it's never clear how much of it actually matters. Oh, Gwennifer, what's your experience switching off Spyro and onto finasteride? I've heard good things about finasteride, but Shaheen voicemail box is full. Send a goddamn fax. Is it the usual sundowning free association word salad? Yeah, with like an increasing tinge of fascism, yeah. New to chat, like what you're doing here? Castillaran? Castillaran? Castillaran, thank you very much. Glad to see new faces here, always. Welcome, welcome. He's saying nothing that matters? Yeah. He's probably just jealous that the Senate is getting a lot of attention today. I'm going to be honest, I thought they would try for a vote a lot earlier in the day. Like, I thought it was going to be, like, their first and only order of business today. The fact that they are... I mean, guys, they only have, like, 9 hours left to pass this. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I am going to order my Indian food. That's what I'm going to do. Thank you to everyone who donated so that I can get food. I appreciate that. From my favorite Indian restaurant. Gotta get that chicken, Josh. Extra hot, baby. You know what? Fuck it. I'm getting a mango lassi. And I know they overcharge when I'm getting it delivered, but fuck it. Fuck it. I'm gonna eat good. Screw it, making dinner right now. Can I offer y'all some hearty beef stew in these trying times? I fucking love beef stew. Beef stew is the tits. And I know what makes good tits, because I grew my own. Let's see here. Most of chat. Ba da da ba ba. Ba ba da ba. Oh man, did they change their menu? So sad. Got some quality dal there though. Oh god, my phone is dying. Oh, we got John Thune back on the floor.
Equally divided prior to each vote. Further, that upon disposition of the Paul Amendment, all post-cloture time be expired. The bill be considered, read a third time, and the Senate vote on passage of the bill as amended, if amended, all without further intervening action or debate. Further, that following disposition of H.R. 1968, the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S. 1077, that there be up to 10 minutes for a debate on the bill equally divided between the two leaders of their designees, that upon the use or yielding back of time, the bill be considered, read a third time, the Senate vote on passage with no amendments or motions to order the bill, and the motions to be considered made laid upon the table with no intervening
Paladin,
action
thank
or
you for the
debate.
$30 dono
Finally,
for the
following
extra garlic
disposition of
naan.
S.
Will do.
1077, and notwithstanding Rule 22, the Senate resume executive session and vote on the motion to invoke cloture on Phelan nomination, and if cloture is invoked on the Phelan nomination, all post-cloture time be expired. The Senate immediately vote on the motion to invoke cloture on the Landau nomination, and if cloture is invoked on the Landau nomination, all post-cloture time be expired. The Senate vote on confirmation of the nominations at a time to be determined by the majority leader in consultation with the Democratic leader no earlier than Monday, March 24th.
Is there objection? Without objection?
Mr. President.
Under previous order, the clerk will report the bill.
Calendar number 26, H.R. 1968, an act making further continuing appropriations and so forth and for other purposes.
The Democratic leader.
Mr. President, before we finish today, I would like to say that soon
The Senate will vote on a bipartisan piece of legislation that will
Fuck
make an
you,
important
Chuck.
D.C. funding fix. This legislation will make sure that we take care of the residents of the district. It will support law enforcement and firefighters and teachers and city services. The legislation is very good news for the residents of the District of Columbia. I'm happy we're passing the bill today. I thank my colleagues for working quickly to bring this bill to the floor. Once the Senate acts, we urge the House to act quickly. Now, government funding expires at midnight tonight, and the votes before us is a Hobson choice. The CR bill is a bad bill. But as bad as the CR is, I believe that allowing Donald Trump to take even more power via a government shutdown is a far worse option. A shutdown would allow Doge to shift into overdrive. It would give Donald Trump and Doge the keys to the city, the state, and country. And that is a far worse alternative.
Oh, fuck you.
Now, I want to remind everyone that it was Republicans who pushed this false shutdown choice. Their inability to govern has led us to this precipice. Our caucus members have two bad choices. Different senators will come down on different sides of the question, but that does not mean that any Senate Democrat supports a shutdown. Whatever the outcome, our caucus will be united in our determination to continue the long-term fight to stop Donald Trump's dangerous war on our democracy and on America's working families.
Fuck you,
and now
Chuck.
I want to be clear about what this bill does and does not do. The full-year CR is a law that sets funding levels for the full year, and the President and executive branch have a legal and constitutional duty to faithfully execute the CR. The CR does not change the underlying law, making the Trump administration's impoundments and mass firings illegal. This is true as a matter of law. Nothing in the CR changes the Impoundment Control Act, the foundation of Congress's appropriations authority, and the authorization laws that require USAID and other agencies to exist and to operate the programs Congress has assigned to them. Nothing changes Title V, governing the civil service, the Administrative Procedure Act, and so on. One of the reasons I'm voting for cloture is for the very reason that these actions are illegal and no new law is needed to declare that.
Fuck you.
I yield the floor.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk for calendar number 26, H.R. 1968.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on calendar number 26, H.R. 1968, an act making further continuing appropriations and other extensions for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
I ask consent that the mandatory quorum call be waived.
Without objection.
Mr. President, for all the information of all senators, there will be up to 9 roll call votes. And I will ask unanimous consent that all votes following the first vote be 10 minutes in length, and that if senators will stay in their seats, we should be able to get them done even more quickly than that. So everybody be here after this first vote. These are going to be 10-minute votes.
Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Are we out of time to call? Not quite, but
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on calendar number 26, H.R. 1968, an act making further continuing appropriations and other extensions for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on H.R. 1968, an act making further continuing appropriations and other extensions for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes, shall be brought to a close? The yeas and the nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm so mad. I'm so mad.
Mr. Coons.
I don't have like the ability.
Mr. Cornyn. Thank you. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer.
And the Senate taking a
Crapo.
procedural vote on the 6-month federal funding package as
Cruz.
Congress faces a deadline to keep the government
Curtis.
open beyond midnight tonight.
Mr.
We were
Daines.
expecting a vote earlier today, but negotiations have
Duckworth.
been ongoing. Earlier this week, the House passed the funding bill along party
Mr.
lines
Durbin.
and sent it to the Senate for approval.
Ms.
This
Ernst.
vote requiring the support of at least 60 senators, meaning
Mr.
Republicans will
Fetterman.
need
Mrs.
at least a
Fisher.
handful of Democratic senators
Mr.
to
Gallego.
vote yes to proceed. Yesterday, Senate Minority Leader Chuck
Gillibrand.
Schumer announced he will be supporting
Graham.
beginning debate on this
Mr.
bill,
Grassley.
while more rank-and-file Democrats
Haggerty.
said they will oppose it. If this
Ms.
current bill
Hassan.
fails, the chamber would not proceed with debating
Mr.
the
Hawley.
bill.
Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick.
Yeah, this is the
Mr.
vote.
Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul.
If this fails, the only remaining avenue is to delay
Mr.
this
Peters.
as much as humanly
Reed.
possible, and hope that we can
Ricketts.
delay it until past midnight.
Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young.
What happens if this passes? What happens if cloture passes is essentially Democrats have given up all of their leverage to negotiate. Essentially. What would happen after that is the last-ditch effort would be to revoke unanimous consent and
Senators
slow things
voting in the
down.
affirmative. Bozeman, Britt, Collins, Cornyn, Crapo, Durbin, Ernst,
fuck
Graham,
you, Dick Durbin.
King, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Mullen, Ricketts, Schatz, Schumer, Sheehy, Thune, and Tillis.
They rat fucked
Senators
us.
voting in the negative: Cantwell, Duckworth, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Murray, Ossoff, and Paul.
Like, if my mental math is right, like they just rat fucked us. Yeah, I guess to explain it a little bit, guys. Earlier they waived the quorum call, which would require everyone to be there. So, also, a number of the people who are on the fence, I think the number of that is above 7 now, or above 8, which they needed if Rand Paul were to vote no. I need to go plug in my phone so I can charge it.
Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Budd, aye.
Every single I needs to be voted out. Agreed.
Mr. Justice, aye.
They're taking their goddamn sweet time.
Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Marino, aye. Ms. Blunt
My eyes
Rochester,
twitching like a
no.
motherfucker. I'm so angry. I'm like beside
Mr. Daines, aye.
myself.
Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Murphy, no.
Is there any chance of it not passing? I mean, it doesn't pass until it passes, you know?
Mr. Kramer, aye.
We'll have to see. What's wild to me is like seeing these people like chuckle to themselves, like oh, they're having a good time, and it's just like
Mr. Lee, aye. Mr.
they're
Curtis,
so fucking divorced
aye.
from how angry people are right now. They are so fucking divorced from what the effects of their actions are. Yeah, I don't know where we're at either, Paladin. I got lost in the shuffle. So maybe my calculations are wrong?
Mr. Kim, no.
Yeah, Durbin and King really fucked us. Those are Page's Olympians. Those are, those are people who, like, run and do errands
Young,
and, like, get papers
Mr.
and stuff for
Wyden,
the older members
no.
of Congress.
Mr. Hoven, aye.
I want to see that nay number go up a lot higher. You know, if that number goes up above 40, we're in a good spot. You move up the CCs?
Mr.
Yeah.
Husted, aye.
I can try. I don't know how robust. Yeah. I can't move it, sorry. The blue top was a PJ? No, it was a dress. Most of the Dems are waiting to go last? Yeah, great. They're probably negotiating behind the scenes as much as possible. However, Politico is reporting Senate moves ahead with shutdown votes. Senate leaders struck a deal on Friday to pave the way for the passage of the House GOP's 7-month-long stopgap spending bill. Democrats agreed to speed up consideration of the bill to allow a vote on Friday in exchange for votes on 4 amendments, but not Democrats' preferred 4-week funding alternative.
Mr. Risch, aye. Thank you.
The rat fuck is in. And frankly, I would encourage each and every one of you to call the folks who voted
Johnson,
in the Democratic ranks who voted yes on this, and let them know exactly how angry you are. People are gonna go ballistic. Good. Their political careers should be fucking done after this. Fucking done.
Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no.
Chuck Schumer should be tarred and feathered and run out of D.C. in a just world.
Ms. Hassan, aye.
Yeah, that's another one. I think they have the votes.
Mr. Fetterman, aye.
Hassan just voted yes. I think that gives them 8. Yep.
Mr. Moran, aye.
I can't say the things that are going through my mind right now. I'm beside myself with rage.
Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Reed, no.
It is indeed difficult not to Fed post. I could, but I'm not built for prison. Yeah, same. Yeah, the time to be nice and respectful is over. Feel free to scream at their voicemails. The ones who fucking betrayed the Republic.
Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Ms. Smith? No. Mr. Warner? No. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Langford? Aye. Mr. Lujan? No. Mr. Welch? No. Mrs. Moody? Aye. Mr. Markey, no.
Well, Camden Barron, the issue is the cool zone is a place of possibility where good things can happen and extraordinarily bad things can happen. Did anybody even think Peters was in play? There were some
Ms.
people who floated
Klobuchar?
that idea.
No.
At least Klobuchar voted no.
Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Young, Mr. Bennett, no.
All I can say right now is redacted. Yeah, same.
Mr. Sullivan, aye.
Fuck.
Ms. Slotkin, no.
I mean, the voting isn't done yet, so someone could flip, but like, I'm so fucking angry.
Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye.
Yeah, don't Fed post. Don't do it. I know it's extraordinarily tempting. Do not do it. We're going to see this vote through, and we're going to talk about what comes next.
Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no.
This only steals my resolve for the future. That's the correct attitude to have. Let that anger cool into steel, huh? Can they still vote down the bill anyway?
Mr. Coons, no.
This is a vote to end cloture. The vote on the bill is going to be straightforward because it requires a simple majority. if people who have already voted yes decide to flip before voting is done, then that will change the outcome, but that is kind of what we're relying on now. Non-binary, I don't understand the question. What is Fed posting? Fed posting
Mr.
is
Merkley, no.
incitement to violence.
Okay.
Don't say that, like, oh, someone should do insert violent act against insert anyone. You can flip after voting. Yeah, you can change your vote up until the voting is fully tallied. We're not all gonna die. Are they going to end voting? What? No.
Mr. Blumenthal, no.
I mean, everyone's gonna die eventually, HBB, but like that's just what being alive is.
On this vote, the yeas are 62, the nays are 38. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn have voted in the affirmative. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, we've already locked in 10-minute votes.
Majority Leader.
We've already locked in 10-minute votes for the balance of the number of votes, but if people stay here in their seats, we can execute that a lot more quickly.
Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, I called my amendment 1273 and asked that it be reported by number.
So, folks, where we're at now with this is essentially Dems have given up the 60-vote majority that they need in order to have any kind of leverage whatsoever. And what that means is that there is now going to be a vote on the budget. That budget only requires a simple majority, which Republicans already have. And that budget is going to go through. Now, keep in mind, this is not the budget. This is a continuing resolution that extends the previous budget for the next 7 months, up until September, I believe. And with a few amendments like increasing funding for ICE, stuff like that. It's bad. There are two things to keep in mind, is that one, perhaps we will see some Democrats who wanted to oppose this come forward and try and delay votes on this continuing resolution until after midnight, at which point the government would shut down. Barring that, which is a long shot, but barring that, now it is up to the courts, and it is up to us. It is up to the sheer organizing power of the American people to actually hold this president in line, because effectively our Democratic leaders in the Senate have abandoned us. What we have left is organizing in the streets, organizing protests, organizing to oppose directly this fascistic government. That's what we have left. This was the last barricade between us and having to do that all on our own. But fuck it, we ball. We're going to do it all on our own if we gotta. But you know what? When we get through this, and we will get through this, we're going to remember what Chuck Schumer, Dick Durbin, Catherine Cortez Masto, Angus King, Kirsten Gillibrand, Jean Shaheen, Brian Schatz, John Fetterman, and what's his name? Peters. We're going to remember what these fuckers did when we get to the end of this. And, yeah, fuck each and every one of them. None of them should feel comfortable ever showing their face in front of constituents ever again. Because they should be aware of the very real risk of, like, people just booing the fuck out of them until they leave in shame. They should be ashamed to ever show their face in a restaurant in their districts ever again. Because they're going to get told by 100 different patrons of that establishment to fuck right off into the sun. Shaheena's retiring at the end of her term? Well, that should not be the end of you telling her to fuck right off. I don't give a shit if these people retire. This should follow them until the day they die, and it should be engraved on their tombstones. Fucking traitors and weasels all. Is Peters Gary Peters? Yes. Every single one of these people should be primaried. Every single one of these people should be remembered as what they are, a traitor to the Republic. No one's coming to save us. We gotta save ourselves. And that means organizing in the streets however we can, in whatever way we can. Because guess what, folks? The rules are gone. The rules are fucking gone. There is no decorum. There is no politeness politics anymore. It is simple, raw, brute organizing. That's it. This was the last chance for things to go nicely with civility. Organizing from here on out is going to be a much different affair. And I think that you can tell that in the wind. You know? I think you can see it in the angry as fuck veterans that marched in DC today. I think you can see it in the angry and escalating and growing protests of the Tesla takedown. I think you can see it in the proliferation of indivisible protests across this country. Okay? People are furious. Absolutely goddamn furious. And that is only increasing with the fecklessness of this Democratic leadership. There should be a vote of no confidence in Chuck Schumer today. Today. I very literally haven't left my apartment since Christmas, but this is going to get me out to protests. Good. And I need each and every one of you here to commit that you are going to do something about this. Okay? It is not enough for us to know what the correct political positions are anymore. Go to a protest. Go to a protest. Volunteer to phone bank. Join your local DSA. Organize outside of your Democratic Party to then go inside of it and radicalize it to better politics and hold them accountable from the inside as well as from the outside. Who do we vote for if we can't vote for Dems or Republicans? You vote for people you can trust. And you can't trust all Dems, but you definitely can't trust a single goddamn Republican. If there is a Dem running in a local race, and you don't trust them, you primary the fuck out of that Democrat. That's what you do. If you don't have a politician running in your area that you can trust, you find one and you make one that you can trust. We do not have the luxury of just sitting and waiting for, like, oh man, maybe someday a good Democrat will arise out of the ether. No. Go find one. Go make one. Okay? How many Dems voted yes? I think 9. Yeah, another option. Become one yourself. Primary the fuck out of them. And if you look around and there's no one else standing up to try and do it yourself. Besides, I hear they get good healthcare benefits. Something to keep in mind, I guess. Socialism is not a crime, writes, I have 2 daughters growing up in the world right now, and one of them is in the fascist state of Texas. I'm good, damned well not gonna give up on my babies. My ass gonna be out there at my local protest I can get to. Yep. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to fucking see from you guys. And you know what? You want to know something? If you are local to DC, go and protest outside of Schumer's office. Go do it. Go do it. Yeah, maybe I'll run considering my healthcare is already fucked. Honestly, great reason to run. I called my 2 senators and begged them to vote no on this bill, even though my senators are Republican and they wouldn't listen. I did it anyway. I also mailed Chuck Schumer, even though I knew that wouldn't do any good. I did it anyway. I shot a message to all of them that they would be out of a job because of all of this. Now it's time to make sure that they are out of a job. What should I do if I live in the Cincinnati area? Look for Cincinnati protests. I don't know Cincinnati. You know your area better than I do. Yeah, let 1,000 Bernie Sanders bloom. Oh, fuck. And Charlotte Windars, thank you very much for the $10 super chat on YouTube. I'm proud of all of us for trying. I'm going to keep being proud of us for continuing to fight because we need to keep fighting, keep organizing, because if we fight, we can win. That's exactly the kind of attitude we need. Okay? Do not look at today as a defeat, though it certainly might feel like one. Look at today as an opportunity that you took to flex your organizing muscles. You took today to do something that was hard. I know. I saw a lot of you guys talking about how you'd never called your senators before. Going out there and talking about how, you've never, some of you might not have called someone in like the last 6 months. I know a lot of you guys have social anxiety. A lot of you folks are indoor mice, as it were. And you want to know something? I'm proud of you guys. And you should let yourself, underneath all of that anger and rage, be proud of yourselves too. Because you guys did something today. You stood up and you showed more bravery and more of a spine than members of Congress. People who have taken an oath to defend our Constitution. You showed more bravery than people with a lot more power. So be proud of yourselves. And take that forward and talk to other people about it. Tell them what you did today. Tell them how easy it was. Show them how they can do the same and continue to organize. Okay, folks? I'll be right back. I think my food is here. Yeah. Honestly, guys, be fucking angry at him today. Call him and yell at him. Did something just get broken off screen? No. So fucking angry, guys. I don't know. I've just never seen anger like this. I've never seen anger like this, and they didn't care. And you know, the thing is, they always sit back and they always go, "Oh, well, it won't actually affect us." They treat it like it's a goddamn game. And for the people who, you know, to whom it's not a game, us, they are removed from our anger. And the thing that I feel increasingly cognizant of is the fact that there are limits to how much anger and rage our civil society can withstand. I don't know where that limit is. I don't know what the boiling point temperature is for us. But like, I mean, this was like one of the last opportunities to like peacefully exert power, you know, to peacefully exert resistance. And like, there are going to be some people who see this as a gigantic, like, well, what do I have to lose, you know, kind of mark. And I'm not saying that's good. Don't do anything like that. Don't think like that. We do have plenty of organizing options left. But this is, you know, things are not going to stay divorced forever if this is the way things are going. You know, Congress Congress is not going to be like this little island isolated from all of this if people continue being this angry, you know? And I know Chuck Schumer's thinking here is that we kick the can down the road to September, and in September people are going to be so fed up with Donald Trump and the Republicans that some Republicans may flip. But genuinely, even if that's true, that calculus is also immolating like all of these Democrats' careers and political power. Like all that's going to be left to direct this anger is like a leaderless ship. Like it's going to be a ship tossed in a storm, you know? Cuz the government's going to have been melted down for scrap. In a lot of cases, in a lot of regards. And like it's just more of the Obama era, like the fever will break bullshit. Because ultimately what's going to happen is Republicans are going to be too scared to do shit. Because it's 7 more months of consolidating Donald Trump and Elon Musk's control over the levers of power in government. They're going to be more scared 7 months from now in September. And like that inaction just means we're going to be right back here in September. And like the anger is going to be 10 times greater than it is right now. And I can't even conceive of being more angry than I am right now. You know? Like, I can't even conceive of it. There's no room in my head or my heart for being more angry. And yet in 7 months, there is no possible way I'm going to be less angry than I am right now. Yeah, like we're looking at a future where there are going to be riots in the streets. You know, like we're looking at like full on civil unrest. This was the opportunity to perhaps avoid that. Perhaps make that more productive. But like and I'm going to try and do my best to keep whatever we organize to be productive, but like that's not going to be true for everyone who's angry in the coming months. Just waking up, do you mind briefing what happened? Yeah, what happened is Chuck Schumer, along with 9 other Democrats, destroyed the only leverage Democrats have to negotiate with Republicans and paved the way for the Republican 7-month extension for the budget, essentially. And during that extension, there are no guardrails that prevent Donald Trump and Elon Musk from using that money however the fuck they want. So we just handed 2 billionaire Nazis hundreds of billions of dollars to do whatever the fuck they want. That's what happened. There are technically guardrails. I mean, the guardrails are exactly the same as what they were yesterday. You know, the guardrails are, you know, whatever the courts say. And frankly, the courts are not reacting fast enough to keep up with all this bullshit. This continuing resolution makes Doge an officially recognized agency. Is that true? I haven't heard about that. It might be. Yeah, I haven't seen anything like that. So I'm gonna say no. So we should feel betrayed. We should. We'll talk about more things folks can do. You guys have done a lot today, and you should be proud of what you did. Can't ask Mahmoud Khalil about guardrails, exactly. One thing I will say about Doge, because I can see people posting about that in chat. One thing you can do is you can submit Freedom of Information Act requests to Doge. You can send a physical letter, buy some stamps, send some letters, learn your way around doing that, because they are legally required to respond to your Freedom of Information Act request according to the courts. So start flooding them with those letters. That's one thing you can do, folks. It's small, but it will slow up Doge a bit. Suggestion for next chill stream, public domain night? Yeah, I think maybe I could do that. Folks, hit that follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., because this show is only possible thanks to viewers like you. I could not do it without you guys. Hey, Charlie, thank you for the $5 super chat.
Suggestion for next chill stream, public domain night? Sad face emoji.
Yeah, we can do that. Or a video game night? Maybe a combination of both. Maybe a combination of both. I guess it's a 6-month government funding bill. My bad. Up until September. Real Rad Hum, I am proud of what we did. Okay? Genuinely. I wish it had made more of a difference, but I think that flexing our muscles and acting in whatever way we can is good, and we should remember that feeling and seek to do it even harder next time we have opportunities to do something. How did Peters and Slotkin vote? Slotkin voted no. Peters voted yes. I am gonna go pass out because I've been streaming about this for like the last 4+ hours, and prior to that I was asleep, and prior to that I was streaming for a solid 7 hours about this. So I'm exhausted. Haven't eaten in about 20 hours. And I'm gonna go do what I need to do to make sure that I can live to fight another day. And y'all should too, folks. I know that this is a big defeat. It feels bad. Go like, I don't know, go to your local gym, punch a punching bag until your arms feel tired. Go run on an elliptical. Go take a walk. Remind yourself that the world is bigger than this Senate chamber. The world is bigger than an online stream. And in that bigness, there are a lot of possibilities and wonderful things and reasons to keep going. Things to fight for. And we're going to beat these fascist bastards. So don't give up hope, okay? Feel bad, but don't you dare give up hope. I'll see you all later.
There, boy, we'll show these fascists what a couple of hillbillies can do. You may be surprised, people in this world are getting organized. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose.
All you fascists bound to lose.
I said,
All you fascists bound to lose.
yes, sir.
All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose.
There's people of every nation marching side by side, marching across the fields where 1 million fascists died. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose.
All of you fascists bound to lose.
Yes, sir.
All of you fascists bound to lose. All of you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose.
I said,
All of you fascists bound to lose.
yes, sir.
All of you fascists bound to lose. All of you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose.
When the people's will is swayed by a con man's cheap charade, despite the crass misogyny and blatant hypocrisy, when the fascist voices swell, we hear echoes of the past. They vilify the immigrants, the leftists and outcasts, when the opposition croaks and the people just don't vote for the same old tired rhetoric of neoliberal politics. We must organize the fight for our universal rights, for democracy and empathy to permeate this life. For it's not the immigrant who labors for some bread, who's making us toil till we drop dead. No, it's not minorities or peer-reviewed authorities, or queer folks and trans folks, or a multitude of deities. I say, all are your comrades and none are your enemies in the momentous fight against all bourgeois priorities. Freedom is not those traditional values crafted from bigotry and classist realities. Freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. For the laws of this land have us used and abused, owned and subordinate to our patriarchal roots. I say it's high time we reinvent this whole operation to make mutual benefit our sole occupation. Because freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. Here we go. Yes, freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. Rise proletariat and make them cower.